and talking all that shit. You ain't talking no more, cause the motherfucking killers outside your front door. And it sound like, boom, boom, you better pray, nigga. First 48, nigga. Yeah. So tell them niggas what they scared for. We hear your heartbeat, beat. You pussies talking all that shit. You ain't talking no more, cause the motherfucking killers outside your front door. And it sound like, boom, boom, you better pray, niggas. Yeah, this the first 48, niggas. Somebody call the laws, homicide division. This young nigga gone, hope he had the Lord with him. Where he was bumping, niggas shoulda had that pistol with it. Where he was dumping the other night, aiming towards the ceiling. He shoulda been a suspect, now his ass a victim. And everybody crying out, damn, they so forgiving. I kept beating on his chest, thought he was a heat. Now he looking like a gift, wrapped in yellow tape. Hey, yeah, that's wrong, but it's the way he play, and that's the way we play. The first 48, no trace, so he bumped up the cold case. False nigga, these streets wild nigga. Plus they ain't eating, so the crime rate increasing. I just got a call, my nigga died this evening. Tonight we ride, everybody silent. Somebody better pray, nigga. First 48, nigga. Yeah. So tell them niggas what they scared for. We hear your heartbeat, beat. You pussies talking all that shit. You ain't talking no more, cause the motherfucking killers outside your front door. And it sound like, we going in, better pray, niggas. Damn, this the first 48, niggas. It's murder season, nigga. You better be a shooter or be a dead sleeper. Ask Freddy Krueger. These boys trippin', this shit so sizzling. Niggas falling like rain, man, this game vicious. Yeah, swear to God, man, this ain't lit. Got a Christian smoking sherm, trying to lose his feeling. Got shot trying to turn the other cheek. He still going thin, but now he roll with that heat. Now he being smart, guess he wanna live. It's real in the field, cuz kill a big deal. I'm riding with a K like I'm kin to Ben Ladd. I'm all in the game and I ain't talking about mad. I'm talking about water, whole fucking niggas on. Pussy better shoot first, ain't taking no loss. Ain't even been a year since my best friend wait. How we retaliate? Ask first 48, nigga. Yeah. So tell them niggas what they scared for. We hear your heartbeat, beat. You pussies talking all that shit. You ain't talking no more, cause the motherfucking killers outside your front door. And it sound like, boom, boom, you better pray, niggas. Yeah, this the first 48, niggas.
It's a rap, somebody say a prayer for him. Notify his family, call someone who care for him. It was all good about an hour ago. Now this nigga laying lifeless out on the floor. Bet when he woke up this morning, he ain't imagine that. Bet when he left the house, he thought he'll be right back. Gave his girl a kiss, told her he'll be out late. If she only knew they was on their last date. He hit the club, getting fucked up was the plan. Too many drinks had him feeling like he's Superman. Pushing through the crowd, talking out loud and reckless. But ain't too many punks down here in Houston, Texas. Ran into the wrong crew, he was like, hold up. Slow your roll before you get your ass swole up. Reach for his heat, but guess what? You're too late. There goes another candidate for first 48.
Yeah. So tell them niggas what they scared for. We hear your heartbeat, beat. You pussies talking all that shit. You ain't talking no more, cause the motherfucking killers outside your front door. And it sound like, boom, boom, you better pray, niggas. Yeah, this the first 48, niggas. Yeah. So tell them niggas what they scared for. We hear your heartbeat, beat. You pussies talking all that shit. You ain't talking no more, cause the motherfucking killers outside your front door. And it sound like, boom, boom, you better pray, niggas. Yeah, this the first 48, niggas.
You are now tuned in to the first 48. Hey, man, what's cracking, y'all? I'm about to give you guys the complete audio of the the informal debate that I had with Ronald Dalton, which was a complete wash. This brother don't understand genetics, and pretty much was a schooling session. Um, it went on for 3 hours and some change, like actually 3 hours and 45 minutes, almost 4 hours. I wasn't able to get the beginning of it, but majority of the debate that we had was on Clubhouse, and I was able to, get majority of it. In loving memory, bro, in loving memory of our brother Ronald Dalton, the pseudo, the guy that believes in hybridized aliens, came down and mixed with a Chinese group, and created hybridized humans, and they came from Sirius B. That guy, him, and he want to talk about genetics. He has no understanding of genetics, and you're going to clearly see that in the footage. He's pretty much teaching that our foremothers were whores. Rachel and Leah and the two maidservants were whores, and they had sex with other men, because that's the only way you can explain that Israel will have haplogroup P, H, T, and all these other groups N, E. He has no working understanding on the inner working facets of genetics. You can only have one major haplogroup, and downstreams from it can be produced from that person with that Y chromosome. So you guys are going to see, with no further ado, you guys are here at the memorial of Ronald Dalton. Throughout the video, you're going to hear me saying, hey, let's wrap this up. Let's do this quickly, because I have the, it's late at night. I don't know what other brothers do for a living, but I work during the day. So I'm trying to go to sleep so I can get up and go to work. Some of these guys are vagabonds, man. That's on the internet arguing and arguing for 8 hours, 12 hours straight. You can tell they don't have a job or any financial responsibility. Check this out, y'all.
Predate 2000 BC or 3000 BC. Then what he's admitting is that the land of Canaan was originally populated, inhabited by the 5 sons of Shem and also the children of Japheth. And that's not the case, because we don't see the haplogroup A or B in the Natufian skeletons, which will correlate to the Hamites, which he said earlier, if you guys have been paying attention on this clubhouse today. Why is not the haplogroup A and B, if it's of the lineage of Ham, of Egypt and Canaan, why is that not seen in the Natufian skeletons? One of the things that he doesn't understand is critical thinking and logic. He keeps babbling, doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, when you look at genetic articles, like I talked about it earlier, the Lemba Jews say that they left Israel around the time of the Babylonian siege. The Babylonian siege was during the time in the Bible where no children of Japheth were known to be in the land of Israel at the time. It's not recorded in our Bible, it's not recorded in history, because the Greeks did not come into the land of Israel until 300 BC. So the Lemba Jews left Israel. They say they went into Arabia, and through Arabia they got down to Yemen, Sana'a, Yemen. However, when you look at the genetic article that's titled Lemba Origins Revisited, Tracing the Ancestry of the Y Chromosomes in South Africa and the Zimbabwean Lemba people, this is also published by the author. Her name is Himla Surya, South Africa Indian lady, Division of Human Genetics, School of Pathology, and Health Sciences. When you look at the Buba clan, which is the priestly clan of the Lemba tribe, they have a high predominance of the Y DNA J1. So the Lemba Jews that are the priestly clan, they are Japhethites. They are the children of Japheth that left Israel during the Babylonian siege. They went into Arabia and Yemen and into Africa. They should be speaking the Japhetic language, but they speak the Bantu language, which is similar to the Shona language. Yet the Lemba Jewish women that birthed the Lemba Jews, their Y DNA, their maternal DNA is L3, and L3 is mostly seen in Africa with the Shemites, according to him, and also in Arabia, who are the Japhethites. L3 is not predominantly seen in Europe, it's predominantly seen in Africa and also in Arabia, Yemen, Qatar, Oman. How is that possible that the Lemba Jews are the children of Japhet and they left during the Babylonian siege when we know that no Japhetic nations were living at that time, according to our Bible? His theory and his research is off.
You still have like 5 more seconds, but I guess you're done. But the same question is for Yeshu. Who are the Natufians academically and biblically? You have 5 minutes, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so biblically, the Natufians would have to be the progenitors of your Abraham and stuff of that nature. They would obviously precede him. So he needs to reconcile how do you even make sense of that. In his book, he actually says the Natufian period will be, I believe, no, the PPNB, the pre-pottery Neolithic period is the time of King Saul. So he doesn't even have an understanding of a chronology. He just moves and warps time. He's a time jumper. If you read his book, it's very comical. He places the PPNB in the Iron Age when the PPNB is during the Neolithic, meaning they were dealing with stone tools. The Israelites would be dealing with iron tools. This guy's confused. But anyway, to answer the question, biblically, these people would be Proto-Semites. And academically, if you look at Sir Arthur Keith's work, he actually looked at the Natufians and said they would also be Proto-Semites, progenitors of people like Abraham, Ishmael, and other Shemitic people as well. He actually stated that. So both ways we can go back to these people being Proto-Semites. And again, these people carried E markers. It's pretty clear. He knows that. We know that. We all know that. These would be the early Semites, these Shemitic people. And again, the only way you're a Shemite if you're a downstream marker of haplogroup E. You can't sit up here and try to make other groups like J1, which he never gave you the mechanism of a scientific paper. You know, he wants you to read his book where he talks about aliens coming down and hybridizing with humans. You know, and he uses the Han Dynasty. This is the silly stuff that we're talking about. This dude is not using science at all. And Japhites would exist with the beginning of the repopulation of the humanity. This guy just said Japhites wouldn't even exist. Japhites would exist because Noah came and he had 3 sons after a bottlenecking event happened and repopulated the earth according to the Bible. So all haplogroups, extant populations would have to come from Noah. Therefore, Japheth would have existed. And again, one of those sons, Shem, would have produced what we call Natufians. And we see this with the Akkadians. I've said this earlier. The Akkadians is related to the EM-123 clade that was spread throughout the Near East. And we know Akkad would be a Shemite. And the Natufians would be Shemites. Matter of fact, they carried E1B1, and E1B1 is associated, or EP2, is associated with the spread of Afroasiatics. Muntaser wrote a paper on that, and he gave the evidence for it. So I advise people to read, these papers and go back to that. So again, academically, we can clearly see that these people would be Proto-Semites or Semites, and Natufians biblically would also be Proto-Semites. I don't see a difference in that academic literature or what we can derive from the biblical narrative. Again, these people would have been in the Syro-African rift, and according to Josephus, we expect to see Israelites there. Now, he mentioned the Canaanites. Newsflash, there was no Canaanite polity during the Natufian period. That didn't exist. So no, we don't expect to see that there. These people that were there initially would have been in a Syro-African rift, and these people would have been these Natufians. And they not only did they rule in modern Israel. If he knew anything about Natufians, they ruled all the way from the Negev all the way. They ruled all the way from the Negev. They reigned all the way from the Negev all the way to northern Syria. Okay. So maybe he needs to brush up on the Natufian period and understand that we have a stretch or a band of territories and localities where these people traversed and lived and had children. And it actually correlates with what we see with Ebla and Mari, where these people were traversing and where we find these E markers. And Ebla, again, is a Shemitic polity, and Mari is also a Shemitic polity. These people are obviously Shemites. Again, we can make the argument academically, we can make the argument biblically. They're Shemites. You understand? Now, J markers, they're not Shemites. They come from the Caucasus. We can give you plenty of references on that. And even he said the Caucasus hunter gatherers would be Japhet. So he shot himself in the foot. And he also said that the Scandinavians would be Japhet, which is haplogroup I, which is the brother to J, which he killed himself.
Okay. So, man, this debate is very, very good, and I know the people have a lot of questions to ask you guys. Even I have questions to ask you guys.
Let me just 1 minute.
All right, 1 minute.
Hold on, let me
start the
you know
timer.
what? Y'all are
3,
getting the
2,
clip. Y'all
1.
getting the clips backwards. This is the last part of the
Notice how
clip
he
in the
says
beginning.
that the two-figure skeletons predate Abraham.
I want you guys to note this, that what y'all are hearing now is the end of the debate, not the beginning. So this video was merged improperly. So I'm just going to give you guys a heads up on that.
Abraham with their Shemites, and yet he said that the Canaanites didn't exist at that time. Well, sorry to bust your bubble, but according to the Bible, if the Canaanites didn't exist during that time, then the Shemites couldn't exist at that time. I mean, this doesn't make any sense. Like, I mean, is he saying that that Adam had a son named Shem? Did Enoch have a son named Shem? How in the world can the Canaanites not exist in the land of Canaan at that time, but the Shemites exist? That doesn't make any sense at all. This guy's getting sleepy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. People need to stop listening to this guy. Don't follow Genesis 49ers. They don't know what they're talking about. This guy is not a scholar. He's unlearned.
All right, let me say this real quick, Avery. Let me say this real quick.
All right, let me start the time. Hold on.
All right,
3,
because I did. This 2, is why I was trying to make this
3,
end.
2, 1, go.
All right, so anyway, this brother just said something idiotic out of his mouth. Did I say Canaanites did not exist back then? No, I said the Canaanite polity didn't exist. That is a Bronze Age city, okay? That is a Bronze Age polity. It did not exist during the Stone Age, Ronald. You cannot articulate that or show any archaeological proof that a place named Canaan existed 10,000 years ago. You can't. That was my point.
Wait. Ron, he didn't interrupt you. Let me go back a little bit. Hold on. Finish what you were saying. You shoot.
There's no such thing as a place called Canaan or a polity called Canaan during the Natufian period. Can you give me some kind of archaeological paper that said, okay, yeah, these Canaanites were here during this time? No, you cannot. We're talking about the Natufian period 10,000 years ago. The Canaanites would be a Bronze Age people in a Bronze Age polity. It's that simple. That's what I said, Ronald. And I don't jump through time like you do in your book, Ronald. You sit up here and try to say the Natufian period was King Saul. That's an Iron Age time.
All right. So, yeah, this debate definitely pretty good, pretty interesting. I even have questions to ask y'all, but I don't know if I
let the audience ask questions and comment.
Yeah, definitely. I guess. And man, I wonder if I should ask a question first.
I'll go ahead. This is amazing.
yeah. This is definitely interesting. So I guess my question would be, so you do believe Polynesians are Israelites, correct?
Who, you asking me or Yashu?
I guess I can ask both of y'all. Do you actually believe that, Ron? And well, I let Ron go first, and then Yashu. But do you actually believe that, Ron?
Yes, this is in my books and my movies. Talk about the Papua New Guineans, talk about the people in Polynesia, like the Fiji, the Samoan people. Yes, they are the Israelites.
All right, and I guess I can ask you, Yashu, as well. Do you believe that as well?
Polynesians are not Israelites, man. They descend and they're related to Cro-Magnons. Are you going to say Cro-Magnons? That's what I'm saying. This man is trying to make everybody an Israelite.
Cro-Magnons in the Bible?
Oh my God, this brother! Listen, Cro-Magnons are a people group. It's a classification of a people group that existed prior to, and they would be related to. They would be the archfathers of those Polynesians. There's no way around it. You trying to make Polynesian? You trying to make Cro-Magnon? Ron, shut up, bro. I'm talking, man. Bro, shut up, dude.
Let's.
I'm fucking talking, and this dude open his damn mic, man.
I'll put a timer. I didn't put a timer this time, but just finish your thought in 1 minute. You shoot.
This dude want to make everybody on the planet Israelites, Polynesians Israelites, Austronesians Israelites. Bro, that don't make no damn sense if we all descend from 3 different males. You got to pick one male that we come from. Meaning you have to pick one Y haplogroup, one major macro haplogroup, a para haplogroup that all of these people would represent. And you can't. You're all over the place. You trying to make Hurrians Israelites. J1 will represent the Hurrians, the people from the Caucasus. You're trying to make them Israelites. These people all go back to a common ancestral population that are related to Cro-Magnons. You know it and I know it. Stop trying to fool the people, man. You're not dealing with science. You're dealing with Nickelodeon, Disney scholarship, man.
All right, so you still have 10 more seconds, but I guess I can stop right there. So when y'all ask these questions to the two brothers, I'll put 3 minutes on the clock. Just tell me when you're ready. We're going to start a queue, but we could ask questions or we could vote to see who did the best.
No, let's ask some questions.
Okay, we'll do questions. So let's see, who should I go with? I'm gonna
limit that to real quick, Avery, because I gotta go work in the morning, and I'm not gonna be. I tried to say this earlier. I'm not gonna be up to the wee hours in the morning, so limit this to 3 questions, and then I'm gonna move on.
Okay, 3 questions. All right, so let's just see, who should I begin with? Hey, who really has a question? Who has a question?
I have a question.
Okay, I'll let you go, Emmanuel. I'll start the clock. Well, actually, I'm sorry. You can just ask the question. I'll start the clock for them. I'm sleepy too. But ask your question, then I'll start the clock for them. My bad.
Okay. I think I actually sent it to you, so I'm just going to read it. And this is for both. Do I have a time limit?
No, you can just ask your question. I don't know why.
Okay. So the question goes: can one haplogroup migrate to a region, adopt the language of the haplogroup in that same region, and pass it on to their descendants for generations? That happen?
And when you answer the question, Ron and Yeshu, I'll start the clock. 3, 2, 1. Ron goes first, I guess. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, so the Greeks can conquer a nation, adapt the religion of that nation, and learn the language of that nation, and then declare themselves to be that nation. Same thing with the Chaldeans. The Chaldeans, their descendants come from Central Asia. They spoke the Turkic language. They eventually moved to different areas, ascribed to a different religion, whether it's Islam or Christianity. If it was Islam in Turkey, they would be speaking Turkish, and Arabic. But the Chaldeans moved and they adopted Christianity, and they started speaking. They started following the Bible, and they adopted the Christian language of the time, which is Aramaic. But yet they say that they are the original Chaldeans of the land of Ur, but they have the same DNA as the people in Lebanon, Palestine, Egypt, Iran, and Libya, and all the other Arabs that's in North Africa.
Okay.
So you still had like 2 minutes, but I guess I can stop right there if you're done.
Yeah, I'm using on 2 minutes. Yeah, we this is so funny. Want people that's listening to understand in their Bible that if Canaan can't exist, if Canaan doesn't exist, then how can Shem exist? So Noah had Ham, Shem, and Japheth on the boat with the flood. So after the flood, when they landed on dry land, the people that got the boat was Canaan, Shem, and Japheth. So there's nowhere you could say that Canaan civilization, Canaan people, Canaan this could not exist in that area that's called the land of Canaan today. Because Shem was there first, and Shemites were the ones that were living in the land of Canaan before Canaan was even there. And put it to a time period that you're basically saying, well, the Canaanites were obviously somewhere else. We don't know where they're at. They just weren't there. The Shemites were there. And therefore, everybody that had that DNA and the Natufian skeletons, which included the DNA of the Greeks, the DNA of C and T, which is Australian Aborigines and also Native American Indians and also Somalians, including J1, which we see in India, in Arabia, in the Lemba Jews, and also the black Bedouins in Iraq.
Right now he's spreading disinformation. There's nothing out there that states that J1 was a part of the Natufian samples. They only found 3 E markers. The other 2 they labeled CT because they were not able to properly classify it. Just wanted to clarify.
In Sudan, and well, not Sudan, but black ones in Sudan, the Arabs, they were also found to be in that area of the land of Canaan, which in our Bible does not make any sense because we know that during that time in the Bible of the originators of the three sons of Noah, that the Greeks weren't living in the land of Canaan, neither was all these other Japhetic nations. I mean, is that in the book of Jubilees? Is that in the book of Yashar? We know the land of Canaan is called the land of Canaan because it was inhabited by the Canaanites even before Abraham got there.
You still have like 30-something seconds.
Nope. I have.
All right. So you can re-ask that same question, Emmanuel, to Yeshu if you want. Or
Okay,
we can go to the next person.
Yeah, let me just ask that same question. Okay, but can I make a just short statement before I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because so your answer, Ron, that you just gave, it almost, I could actually use that same example or that same answer that you gave to talk about the fact of the people groups who say that they're from Israel. And I just said, to give an example, because I'm from Nigeria, and I know the Yoruba. So the Yorubas are not 100% E1B1A. Okay, and then the Igbos are not 100% E1B1A. In fact, I'm sure you know that as well, that there's some pygmies amongst the Igbos as well. But if you go to ask that same particular person that has lineage from the pygmies, he's going to tell you the oral traditions of the Igbos. That's what he's going to say. So I'm just going to ask that same question again to Yeshu. Can one haplogroup migrate to a region, adopt the language of the haplogroup in that same region, and pass it on to their descendants for generations?
Yes.
I'll start your time in 3, 2, 1. 3 minutes, by the way.
Yes, that's actually what the J markers are known for doing. Like if you look up these people with these J markers, they're connected to the Hurrians, and the Hurrians are known for coming in and destroying Semite city states and absorbing and adopting their cultures and passing that down to subsequent populations that culture. So they would come into Canaan, they would come into Akkad, they collapse Akkad. They collapsed all these people. The Earth 3 period, they collapsed them. They took their culture. They took their language. They took their women and assumed their identity. And this is what's happening all the way to this day. We're seeing the effects of that because you have J1 people claiming to be Jews when in actuality they are these marauders, if you will, or these people, these invaders that came into the Near East and began to take over a lot of the Semitic peoples that would have had E markers and take over their language, assume their cultural identity, claim their people groups. We've seen this. There's documentation upon documentation on the Hurrians. So you guys can all do research on the Hurrians and their invasion. They were so prevalent and pervasive in the Near East that even you had different Egyptian pharaohs mentioning that the land of Canaan was pretty much a Hurrian land, and they were capturing Hurrians there, a large number of Hurrians. So when you see those Canaanite burials I mentioned earlier, you see J1 there, but you can see the Hurrian name. Culturally, these people would have adopted the culture of the people that surround them or the people that they have conquered. So to answer your question, yes, that can happen, and it has happened, and we see a great example of that with these people coming from the Caucasus, which Ron has already admitted that these people are Japhet. That's why he can't keep his mic muted when I'm talking, because he knows he's in the hole. He's behind the 8 ball on this. He's admitted that these people from the Caucasus are Japhet with these J markers. And once you admit that, they can only have one archfather, which is Japhet. So all of these markers would go back to Japhet. And we can see the example of these people assuming someone else's culture and taking it. Modern day example is people taking Judaism, or what they're calling Judaism, or Judaic practices, or Hebraic practices that don't even have any business, practicing it and assuming that they are the people, or the original people. Again, these will also be J markers. I mean, they're a great example. Another example is the $5 Indians in America. A lot of these people have haplogroup R. They're Western European, but they want to claim an Indian identity, and some of them even want to claim the languages and the culture. So yes, people can do that. They can take over another people, steal and assume their identity, steal their culture, and adopt their languages and absorb that. We have seen that.
All right, Tom. So, does anybody else have any more questions? All right, I see a man named Hal. He has a question. So, Hal, state your question to both Ron and Yeshu.
Shalom, everybody. That as far as the CT haplogroup and CT being found at the Natufian finds, and when we look at this at its base root of it, it basically would be the progenitor, or it would come from the same line as, I would say definitely the YAP positive, the S associated protein. That's something that's interesting. But when you look at like the Andamanese people and how primitive they are, that they can't even start fires. Maybe recently they figured it out. Besides just saving, so just my point is kind of like Ron. Now that I'm really looking at it, he actually has a better premise, in my opinion, just because he. They're like wild cards when it comes to those, and then there maybe is some other things in there from maybe that KT lineage, because when you look at the AT, the BT, the CT, the FT, the LT, and then the T, and then you find out about the T, you really study that hard, and you say, oh damn, this kind of breaks the mold too. And even like the earlier when you showed your slide, it did not have K inside of that slide, it did not have K there, and it did not have a T there. So for some reason, there is something unique with that K lineage amongst the Aboriginals. So to rule that out and just be like, oh, that's Japhet, that goes against your whole point of Josephus, because Josephus in reality is talking about Europe. He's not talking about Australia. You know what I mean? Australia is not a cold region. That's not a northern region. So, as far as that K lineage, it being associated with the IJ, that would be like a northern kingdom or a southern kingdom, I feel, Israelite lineage there. And then that would make like the Native American thing, those other Native American Israelites, the European ones, maybe there is something with the Q or the R or whatever, but I kind of feel like, look, everybody got to be ready for science. This is what the science is. They're dictating the narrative of how they putting their trees together. They're like Ron did have a point with that. Like, you gotta understand, they're feeding you the science, and we're stuck in their, framework of what they laid the groundwork of how we have to look at it. And these things can be changed, within time. It will be changed, definitely. And just the main point that I'm just trying to make is we got to be ready to go with the proof eventually, and when it does come out. So don't get too caught in and then paint yourself in any corner. Be open to other things, because in reality, the lineage, this is a cool discussion, but it's more about the observance and the practices of what it is to be an Israelite. So I appreciate everybody letting me speak, getting the floor. I just wanted to get both of your opinions on the CT. I know you're going to say, oh, it's not real or whatever. But there is these missing links of AT, BT, CT. And, what would Noah be? Noah would be CT. Well, what is your guys' opinions on that?
And we'll begin with Ron Dalton. We're going to put 3 minutes on the clock, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, according to Yeshu, any DNA haplogroup that's seen in the Natufian skeletons outside of the E haplogroup, they are the children of Japhet, which doesn't make sense. Which he said that the Canaanites weren't there at the time because the Natufian skeletons predate Abraham, and therefore the sons of Shem were living in the land of Canaan and not the Canaanites themselves. And this is the problem. This is the dilemma he gets himself into. And one of the things we have to also look at, because the CT and the CF, they do break into different haplogroups that correspond to the Native American Indians, to the Polynesians, to people in India and other areas that are scattered to the four corners, including the Americas. And when you look at the haplogroup C, you see that in the Americas. You also see that in the Australia Aborigines. When you look at what he's saying in his claim, that the people that's in India, the people that's in the Pacific Islands, all the black people in the Oceania Archipelago, he's basically saying they're all Japhetites, including everybody in India and everybody that has the J haplogroup that's in Arabia, Yemen, Qatar, Oman, Socotra, and North Sudan, He's saying that they're also Japhetites, including the Tuaregs, the Hausas, the Fulanis, and the Somalians. They're all the children of Japhet. So according to what he's saying, in our Bible, in Genesis chapter 10, it says the sons of Japhet were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tyrus, and the sons of Gomer are Ashkenaz and Togarmah and Rephath. So basically what he's saying, we know Javan stands for Greece or Greek in the Bible, and Kittim usually corresponds to Rome. So if we exclude these people and come, then eventually we're going to see that the people that's coming against the Israelites in the last days in Ezekiel 38, these are everybody in Oceania, everybody in India, the Native American Indians, and other people groups that have haplogroups that are not E. They are all going to at some point get on ships or airplanes, and they're going to fly to the Americas or to Africa to destroy the Israelites. So I'm just curious to see when is this going to happen when all these nations that are Japhetites, other than haplogroup A and B, because remember haplogroup A and B are Hamites, haplogroup E is Shemites. So that means that any other haplogroup other than haplogroup E are not the Israelites. So that means that even when you look at Ezekiel 38, when you start talking about Cush and Put coming against the Israelites in the last days in Ezekiel 38 in the Battle of Armageddon, basically the whole world is coming against the Israelites in these times, the people that have the haplogroup E, because he says the Israelites are haplogroup
30
E.
seconds.
So this is a problem here, because we know the Israelites are scattered to the four corners. It's not just going to be Negroes on the continent of Africa that have the E1B1A or white Arabs and white Jews, because he's saying the white Jews are also Israelites because they have E1B1B that are Israelites. This doesn't make no sense at all. The Christian division of the Bible does not support what he says. He's just blabbering his mouth.
All right, you have about 5 seconds, but I guess we can stop right there. Yeshua, you can answer the same question.
All right. Well, I mean, this brother already knows my position on this, and my position is scientific. Haplogroup CT at this moment in time is a placeholder. Unless you can show me some proof, because you want to put yourself in this debate. Show me some proof that we have some physical attestation to CT. It's a placeholder. It's purely hypothetical. And so I see scientific paperwork on that, then we can move forward to that. On the haplogroup CT thing, until I can get some physical evidence of that, not just people labeling CT because they don't know what it is. Because if you actually read the supplementary materials of Lazarus 2016, they tell you that in the supplementary material. But again, it's just crazy. Okay, so let's go over this again. This guy says something about the Polynesians being Israelites. Who do they descend from? So if they're M, they go back to K2. Where does K2 come from? Like, these are the questions you got to ask. You understand? They're related to L, and then L goes back to what? Okay, then what does K go back to? IJK. What does that go back to? It's all going to go back to the same ancestral male. Y'all not getting around that. You question about CT. Why are you not, at least observing where these people come from? And then when you see haplogroup GM201, they go back to the Caucasus. Ronald has already said that these people are Japhites. We got clades of J going back to the Caucasus. Ronald has already said that these people are Japhites. Okay? You have haplogroup I in Northern Europe. Ronald has already stated that these people are Japhites. So if they are Japhites, IM170 is Japhites, right? And J12F2 are Japhites. All right? Because they're related to the Caucasus hunter-gatherers, and we can throw R in there too, because we see a lot of R amongst the Caucasus hunter-gatherers, right? Naya would descend from them and then later go into Europe and invade and take over a lot of the old I and G lineages, right? So we can do a logical deduction here. They will be Japhet according to what this brother said, according to what Josephus says, and what Josephus says is pivotal because again, it says the first Europeans. What's the DNA of the first Europeans? We've already showed you. G and I, IJK. These people will be the first Europeans. The C lineages, those are your first Europeans. You even have K there. I told you guys earlier, you can look up the earliest DNA they found, Romania, which was haplogroup K. It's called the OASE1, man. OASE1. Look it up right now, and you're going to see that the oldest DNA is from the FM89 lineage from haplogroup K. They can't get around that, man. It's over.
You still have like 10 seconds.
Yeah, checkmate on that. Again, like I said, these CF lineages are from Japhet, and we can see where they are. And I gave you a accredited historian, Josephus, and he tells you who they would be.
All right, Tom. So, people, does anybody else have any questions?
Only one more, Ivory.
One more question. We're going to invite some of the people down below just in case they have any, but let me look and see who might splash the mic. Just say, I have a question. If you have a question, I'm inviting people from in the audience down below to see if they have any questions.
I have a question.
All right. This will be the last question, unless Yeshua musters the time for our last one. But this is definitely the last one. If he's done this last question. So answer it.
Yes, both of these brothers have been putting in work a long time, and I respect both of these brothers. But I want to know, what can we find common ground? What do they both agree on? And Avery, if you can help me with those questions, I appreciate that. What are the common grounds that both of these brothers can agree on?
Yeah. So a common ground that both of these brothers can agree on is that E1B1A is definitely Israel. That's one thing that I noticed from both of them. This is why I like both brothers. That we can pretty much agree that E1B1A is from Israel. So that's one thing. Do you think there's something else as well, Kenny? Do you see anything else?
No, I don't. But you can ask me more questions they can agree on, because I know there's a common ground that we can all agree on and come together as a community.
More questions. There is definitely Israelite culture among certain, West African Bantu peoples. That's another thing that they can both agree on.
Oh, okay.
There's cultural elements, Hebrew isms within certain West African, Central African groups.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I suppose another commonality is that E1B1A, migrated into Africa. It didn't originate in Africa like UA would have us believe,
Gotcha. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no problem. I guess that is the last question. But
let me ask the moderator. Let me ask you: do you believe, based on what you heard, do you believe that the children of Japhet are all the haplogroups outside of haplogroup E and haplogroup A and B?
Since I am the mod, I shall not answer that question. But here's the last thing we'll basically do. I'll flash your mics if you believe Ron or Yeshua won. First, I'm going to name out the first person. Flash your mics if you believe Ron Dalton won the debate. I'll wait for like 5 seconds. 1, 2. Well, hold on. Someone else is coming up to the room. I'll add them up. Michelle.
Well, you know that.
All right, so flash your mics. I'll give it 10 seconds.
Hey, he can't speak while the adjudication's happening, man.
Well, before you do that.
No, bro, the adjudication's happening, man. I gotta go to work in the morning, bro. We heard enough for you. Bro, mute that dude, bro. Mute.
All right, I actually gotta leave as well, but all right, so 5 seconds, not even 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Flash your mic if you believe Ron Dalton won. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now flash your mic if you believe Yeshua won. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, that's a tie. Oh wait, is it? No, that's all right. So I see 2, 1 for Emmanuel, 1 for Ru, and then I saw 1 for Ron, which was Kumba. So basically, 3 people voted, and Yeshua got 2 votes. So Yeshua won that debate, I guess.
I actually voted for Ron, bro.
Oh wait, Timmy did it. All right, let's do it again then. And let me look again. So again for Ron Dalton, flash your mics. Ron Dalton won. 1, 2. All right, I see 2 people did it. All right, doing it again for Yeshua. Flash your mics for whoever won. I see 1, Emmanuel, 2, Ru, and 3, Ben. All right, so 2 for Ron, 3 for Yeshua. The winner of the debate is Yeshua.
Everybody did flash your mic.
So as y'all can see, And this informal debate that lasted 3 hours, I won. The people chose me to win. And he's getting upset behind that. But this is the end of the debate. The clip is going to go to the beginning of the debate. I apologize for that. It was improperly merged. So actually, the debate actually is in reverse. You got the conclusion of the debate in the beginning instead of the beginning. So what's going to happen is after the judgment, they've already told you who won. I won the debate. It's going to go back to the beginning of the conversation, and you're going to be able to see the debate in its entirety up to this point here. All right. So if anybody's watching, they're confused. That's why the beginning of the actual debate is actually about to come up. But as you can see, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. You're going to see throughout the discourse and the quote unquote debate.
Kentucky doesn't count.
He said it don't count because he lost. It doesn't matter, Ron. I know your unscientific ways will haunt you for the rest of your lives, man. All right, man. Hey, man, shut this down, bro. I'm done with this dude, bro. I'm going to bed. Shalom to everybody, man. Y'all can catch me on Genesis 49ers. If not, still bid you farewell. Shalom.
All right, I guess I'll close the room.
Shalom.
Shalom. So I guess I'll end the room. This was a cool debate and a lot of insightful information. Definitely very, very good. And yeah, I guess I'll just end it. Thanks for coming, and shalom. All right.
All right, from here it's going to revert to the beginning of the actual debate. But like I said, as you guys seen, the judgment happened and the people picked me as the winner because it's just a clear argument. You know, he's got all these different Y chromosome groups and trying to make them Israel. That's not how genetics works. If we're saying that we all came from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, we should all share the same haplogroup.
The Andaman Islands, and he also migrated to Japan.
Here we go.
Is that time or what?
No, you still got a minute 40.
Oh, okay, so great. So he's saying that the Shemites, the 5 sons of Shem that I just named off, that they're now with the DE haplogroup. The majority.
You cut off, Ron.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's cut off. Can you hear me?
You still have time.
Somebody keeps
I stopped this time.
Somebody
all right,
keeps
go back.
Do I got time or no?
Give him a minute.
Yeah, you got. Yeah, he still got time. I stopped this time.
Okay, so when he said that the DE haplogroup is the founding haplogroup of Shem, then basically he's saying that the children of Shem that we know in the Bible were in Iraq, Iran, parts of Persia, because the Elamites were in between Babylon and Persia. Also, you also look at the Assyrians, you look at the Luwians, and you look at the Arameans, which is in Syria, in Mesopotamia. All of a sudden now, I don't know where the history comes for this. They all moved to Africa because the E haplogroup is predominantly in Africa. The D haplogroup is out of Africa. So when in history did the children of Shem all migrate to Africa? Where is that? Where can we find that at? Is that in the Bible somewhere? Is that in some kind of extra biblical source textbooks that we can figure out why these Babylonians, Assyrians, Elamites, Luwians, and Arameans went into Africa? If that's so, we should see the cuneiform Assyrian script and the Aramaic script and the Luwian script and the Elamite script in the continent of Africa and in Japan and in Tibet and in the Andaman Islands.
I'm pretty sure you still have like a few more seconds.
Yeah, so basically, all these people that have E1B1A or E1B1B, he already said the E1B1A is Israelites, most of them E1B1B are Israelites, then where are the children of Shem?
So, are you done? Okay, so I'm going to make myself the only mod then, since apparently he's having some issues with his mic.
No, I'm not having issues on mic. Somebody keeps muting me. One of the moderators.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna quickly make myself the only mod, but I'm gonna just send them to the audience, then bring them back up, and I'm gonna let only me and Zia be the mod.
Do you want me to give him like what, minute 30, or?
Were you finished, Ron, or was there more you have to say?
Yeah, I was talking.
Okay, what's going on here? Okay, all right, I'm bringing you back, Ron, and I'm bringing everybody.
Yeah,
back.
one of the mods just kicked me back to the audience, so there's actually some shaky stuff going on in here.
Do you know some of the mods? I was going
So the whole time he was pretending that he was getting kicked to the back. He was doing that himself to try to make it seem like it was something going on. But this dude is a charlatan, a snake oil salesman.
Well, the mods keep kicking me to the audience and muting my microphone, so obviously they don't want me to talk.
Well, I'll be the only mod, me and Zia, the timer, because Zia really has no bite in the fight, as they say.
Is it my turn to go? Because he said a bunch of dumb stuff, and I just want to just let everybody know.
Why y'all keep kicking me to the audience? Y'all afraid I'm exposing your shoe?
Well, you're not exposing anybody. I don't know who's kicking you, but
you're not fooling anybody now. There's only 2 mods. Africa sham, basically. That's crazy.
Well, finish what you were saying.
Hold on. Get LaRon the fuck out of here, bruh. Get LaRon out of here. He's named Judah. Get him out of here.
Is that Judah?
Yeah, get this nigga out of here, bro. I don't want to hear no back chatter.
You want me to give him a minute?
Hey, bro, Avery, yank LaRon out of here. We just beat this nigga ass. He in here, bro. Yank this nigga out of here. Hey, get your dumb ass out. Yank this nigga out of here, bro. Get him out of here.
That's why he's out of time.
No, nobody wants to hear your little back chatter, bro. Get that. Yeah, thank you.
All right,
He's supposed to be an Israelite.
Man, that don't got shit to do with nothing, Ron. I cuss because I own my mouth, nigga. You don't pay my bills, man.
What he's talking about. And I'm exposing him.
Man, you ain't exposing nothing, bro. It's my turn. It's my turn. Be quiet. Shh. Be quiet, nurse. Can the nurse be quiet, man?
Look at his YouTube channel.
Nurse, can you be quiet? Bro, get out of here, bro. Like, it's my turn now, bro. You notice when it's my turn, it's going to be a theme throughout the rest of this informal debate. He's going to continue to open his mic while it's my turn to speak.
Comparing and contrasting the questions. So you can respond to what Ron said, Yeshu, what you agree with or disagree with.
All right.
And you have 3 minutes.
All right. First of all, I want to illustrate that.
I'm at 5 minutes. My bad.
First of all, I want to illustrate to the audience that Ron Dalton has no working understanding of DNA. If you have a haplogroup, again, if you're haplogroup E, you descend from haplogroup DE. You cannot tear them apart and say, well, E is different than DE. You have to say that DE and all of its progeny would be downstream markers of DE. That's just a basic, rudimentary scientific fact. So you can't say the Israelites are haplogroup K, P, A, E. No, you have to pick one haplogroup that goes back to a basal haplogroup. And this is what this guy is running all around the whole planet. Now, talk about the language argument. I've already gave you that component. The first people, I got an echo. I'm echoing. Somebody got to mute their mic. I'm echoing.
Oh, it's Sean.
Yeah, mute your mic, Marcus. Thank you.
All right. So,
all right, you can go back.
The first people to speak Afro-Asiatic languages without a shadow of doubt would have been EP2 carriers. That gives us a marker to see who brought in the language. I'm not saying people that adopted and absorbed the language would be Shemites. If that's the case, then that would make J1 Israelites. They're not Israelites because they speak languages. They're Israelites because they descend from a male that is a Shemite. Okay? Israelites descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. These are males. How do you track male descent or a line of descent from males? The Y chromosome. This is what these haplogroups are based on. So all of these males, all the Shemites, if they descend from a common male ancestor, should have the same haplogroup and be downstreams of that haplogroup. DE and all of its descendants would be Shemites. It's just that simple. I've already gave you the base population. The Natufians and the Akkadians, they both have E markers. They descend from DE. So when you overlay it with the biblical narrative, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, which son would they fall under? We're saying Shem because they're in the Shemitic lands. They can't be Japheth because they're not the initial inhabitants of Europe. That would be Japheth. But the people living in the Syro-African rift would be Shemites according to Josephus and according to the biblical literature. Again, the Akkadians, we have the ancient specimens to qualify who the Akkadians were. They had E markers. That's how we trace that back to who is Shem. And a language group doesn't define you. You can absorb a language. You can adopt a language. Right now, we speak an Indo-European phylum, English. That does not mean we go back to the originators of English or we go back to any of the originators of the Indo-European language phylum. So your argument is moot at this point. You have to show these people how you can have haplogroup P and H and F and be related to people with E1B1A and E1B1B like your book says. These are different people groups with a different ancestry. They go back to CF, we go back to DE. We do not share the same common ancestor. We don't. We may share the same common humanity through Noah, but when we talk about direct ancestry, we do not share the same ancestors. We're Yap positive, they're Yap negative. We come from a different group of males. And what is the Bible about? Patrilineal descent. So looking for Y chromosomes. And what's the commonality? They would all have to go back to the same male ancestor. We're calling that male ancestor that represents DE Shem. And according to your book, Ishmael would be J1. How is Ishmael a descendant of Abraham, J1, but Jacob, E1B1A? Explain that. How is Jacob, E1B1A, a direct descendant of Abraham, and then you get Ishmael, a direct descendant of Abraham, having a different marker? That's not how DNA works, Ronald. If your father has an E marker or the DE marker, you can only go downstream from that. For example, if you have DE and it breaks off the EM96, you can then produce downstream markers from EM96 after it mutates and differentiates. You cannot take a E marker and make it into a P marker. That comes from a different lineage. You can't take a J marker which descends from IJ, and IJ descends from IJK, and IJK descends from HIJK, and HIJK descends from GHIJK, and they descend from FM89, and they descend from CF. You can't take that lineage and try to mingle it with the same father. Males have one haplogroup, one Y chromosome. He has to explain that. What is his mechanism to explain how in his book, he's saying that Dravidians with haplogroup H are related to E1B1A markers. He has to explain that.
All
right, so will you answer that question, Ron? Since he did ask that question, y'all can ask each other questions. So you can try to, explain why Arabs or Ishmaelites are J, but the Israelites are U1B1A. You can do that.
Yeah, we do that.
And then I'll go back to the questions. But since he asked you one, I'll let you go ahead and explain your piece.
Are we still using the timer, or?
Yeah, just okay. So it's not too long-winded. 5 minutes. So it's not too long-winded.
Okay. Hold. Okay, you ready? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, start.
Yeah. So So basically he's saying that the logic is that everybody that's a descendant of Shem shall fall under the E haplogroup. That would mean all of the descendants of Shem, from the first 5 sons of Shem to Eber, to Joktan, to Abraham, to Terah, to Edom, to Isaac, Jacob, to Ishmael, to Keturah. Everybody should fall under the Y-DNA-E. That's very easy to do. All right, he said that the children of Japhet have C and F. C and F. So that means that everybody that's a child of Japhet should fall under the C and the F haplogroup. Well, if you look at the C and F haplogroup, you'll see, like he admits, that the F haplogroup breaks down to the descendants of G, H, I, J, and K. And the K haplogroups breaks down into the haplogroups M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, L, and T. So all these haplogroups I just named, about probably 8 to 10 of them, they're all descendants of Japhet because they are connected to C and F. So that would mean the Somalians of the Dur clan that have the Y-DNA-T, that they are children of Japhet, even though they do things and they have language comparisons that are similar to the ancient Egyptians. They even say they're descendants of the ancient Egyptians. They even live in the land of Punt, which is basically connected to the ancient Egyptians, but yet they are the children of Japhet. The people that we see in Papua New Guinea and Melanesia and Micronesia and Polynesia, the people that look black and they have different variations of brown skin tones in the Pacific Islands that were put on slave ships for black burning, they are also the children of Japhet, despite the fact that the Papua New Guineans say that they are the children of Israel from the tribe of Benjamin, and the people of Samoa and Fiji and New Zealand and other areas of the archipelago in that region, including Melanesians, they say that they are also two of the tribe of Israel through Judah and Levi and other various tribes. And again, also that the Y-DNA haplogroup C, seen in the Australian Aborigines, that they too are also the children of Japhet. Now, the question is, Japhet had main sons and he had other divisions, like Togarmah and Rephath and Gomer and Magog and all sort of stuff. The real problem that comes to all of this is that he's going to run out of things to keep saying, because it's not going to make sense biblically in terms of these nations that supposedly invaded the Israelites, the land of Israel, and took them out, put them in different areas. All these things have to be put together to make sense. We know that the Assyrians invaded the land of Israel. We know that the Babylonians invaded the land of Israel, took them captive and exiled to different areas. We know this. We know they had a language. We know that the Greeks came. We know that the Romans came. And everything's in that nation. We know that Mohammedanism arose in the 7th century AD, and they went into Levant. Then they went to North Africa. Then they also went into Sudan with the various caliphates. Therefore, we see the North Arabs are black. They speak the purest form of Arabic. They have the most highest concentration of Y-DNA J1C. They say they are descendants of Ishmael, as well as the black Bedouins and others that are in Saudi Arabia that have true melanin connection to ancient Ishmael. But yet, according to what he says with the haplogroup C and F, because everybody has to come from the same haplogroup, so if they come from C and F, that means that C and F breaks down to HIJK. So that means that the black Arabs in North Sudan are not the descendants of the real Arabs. They're the children of Japhet. And so these children of Japhet left Arabia, went to the Levant, went to North Africa, and went to North Sudan and took shop there. And they're Muslims. They speak perfect Arabic, but they're children of Japhet. A lot of what this guy is saying makes no sense. And one of the things that's going to expose him in regards to these things is about the sons of Ham and the sons of Japhet, and then also proving that if the people that are connected to the original 5 sons of Shem, including the Assyrians and Babylonians, then these people, if they're already in the continent of Africa and they invaded Israel, whether Israel's in Africa or Israel in.
All right, so it's my turn.
All right,
now.
since that's time, I'll let you say that one last sentence. Sum everything up in one last sentence.
Right. He has to prove in history how they migrated to Africa, all the sons of Shem, after their invasions into Israel.
Okay, so I can let you answer that question, Yushu, or I can go to the next set of questions. By the way, everyone that is new, that just came to the room, this is a debate solely between Yushu and Ron. It is a 5-minute each, and then rinse and repeat. And y'all can send me whatever questions you want me to ask them in my back channel. Text me in the back channel what questions you might want to know, since this is the only time you probably get a chance to speak to both of them through questions. So send me whatever questions y'all have. I already have a long list of questions, and if y'all have any more, just send them to me in the back channel. And so I'm going to tell Yushu, he can respond to what Ron said, or we can go to the next set of questions.
All right, so I'm going to respond to what he says, but I also want to notate that this guy is doing special pleading. He's ignoring things that's contradicting him. He's not even talking to the point that I left off with last time. Which
all right, so are you starting? So start the timers here. My bad.
Yes, he's not even speaking to the point that he has to reconcile the fact that he's teaching that people with different haplogroups that have different ancestries that go to different parental haplogroups as far as HIJK and stuff like that has nothing to do with haplogroup E or E1B1A descendants, has nothing to do with P147, E1A, E1B1. It has nothing to do with that. Those are the male groups that these people descend from. The male groups that those Europeans descend from, HIJK and so on and so forth, the Chinese, the Australians, they would all be Japhet. And let me make this point clear. All humans were black, Ronald. All of them had brown skin, Ronald. The earliest European fossil we have was in Romania, and his skin was black. Just because someone's black does not mean they're Shemites. If we all come from the same parental stock, which we're saying, scientists call it Y chromosome Adam, but I call it Y chromosome Noah because a bottlenecking event in the whole world was destroyed. Right? And was repopulated by the three sons of Noah. Okay? All of them would have been dark initially. Light skin came later through mutations. We can prove this with Cheddar Man. Cheddar Man was I2. He was black. That doesn't mean he's Shem. Black does not mean Shem. That's skin gradation. J1 has black people in it. There are black people with J1. For example, the Limba. They have J1. You have Arabs with J1 that are black. And you have Arabs with J1 that are white. So skin color does not designate your direct lineage or ancestor. Your Y haplogroup does, which he keeps avoiding. Again, if you come from E1B1A, you descend from a male that comes from E1B1A V38. You're a downstream mutation. You're ancestral to that. You don't come from somebody with a P marker. You don't come with somebody with an F marker, H marker, none of that. You don't go back to HIJK. That's the males that they descend from. Again, Abraham could not have a son named Ishmael with a J marker if he had an E marker. That makes no sense. J descends from IJ, and IJ descends from IJK. You can't get around that. These people have nothing to do with E1B1A or E1B1B or E1B1, E1B1 or E1 or E1A or E2. I just gave y'all the whole phylogenetic tree of EM96. Again, these markers represent common ancestors that we all share if you have E markers. He has not reconciled that yet. Okay? I just want that to be on the record. All he's doing is going around all populations and seeing who's black and saying they're Israelites. That's silly. That's not science. That's not scientific. When your mother got with your father and they copulated, and the gametes got together and created you inherited your father's Y chromosome. Okay, and whatever your father's chromosome was your grandfather's Y chromosome, and whatever his chromosome was were your great great grandfather, and so on and so forth back into the beginning of mankind. That's the problem he's having. He's talking about, oh well, these black people say that they are Israelites. I don't care what they say. Can they prove it? This is called consanguinity. That's when you show that you all go back to a ancestral pool. If you're saying you come from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, you should all share the same Y haplogroup. No excuses. So I'm speaking science. He's speaking fairy tale. You understand? So all of your arguments, anyone can make a claim. Newsflash, Ron, the people that you don't accept, that claim to be Ashkenazi, you don't accept them. They have a tradition of going back to Jews. Going back to Abraham, actually. It's called the CMH model haplotype. I know you're familiar with it. So just because they say it, let's use Ron's logic. Just because they make the claim, they're automatically Israelites. Even though they descend from the Caucasus, even though they descend from Proto-Europeans or related to Proto-Europeans. No, that's not how you do science. Interdisciplinary studies show you this. Now, to answer your question about when these people started to migrate into Africa,
20 seconds.
Okay, the Shemites have always been going back and forth through North Africa. That's just proven. Matter of fact, Africa is got its name from a Shemite, Ophir or Afer. All right, if you go back to the Ibero-Maurutians, those would have been Shemites. 60% of the autosomal DNA goes back to the Near East. All right, and then the Bantus even have Levantine-like ancestry.
Yep, Tom. So now we have to get back to the questions list, because that was the answers thing, the Q&A or whatever. So the next question is, what is the haplogroup of Israel? What is the haplogroup of Israel? This question is for both of them. First, beginning with Ron Dalton. 5 minutes. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so I want a lot of people, what they need to do is they need to actually do some research on how haplogroups are formed. Why we just don't have the A haplogroup and that's it for everybody. Because if we're gonna say that Shem all has DE and Japhet has C and F, then we gotta say, okay, well then what is the one for the 4 sons of Ham? The 4 sons of Ham should all have the same category haplogroup, just like he's saying that E should be Shem, then the 4 sons of Ham should all have the same letter haplogroup. However, we see that the haplogroup for all the children of Japhet is branched between C, F, and then it's many other branches that he actually named off and admitted, which are G, H, I, J, K, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, L, and T. So we see numerous letters that all come back to C and F. So we got like almost all the letters of the alphabet mysteriously are all Japhet, but then he's saying that Shem has to be only E. Shem has to be E. And when we get into what he's going to say in response to who are the Israelites, well, we know that the Israelites exist, just like as we know today that the sons of Shem still exist, meaning the children of the Assyrians, the children of the Babylonians, the children of the Elamites, the children of the Luwians, and the children of Arphaxad. So with that being said, by matter of exclusion, we're going to figure out if what Yeshua is saying is clear, because when he tells us who are the Israelites today in Africa with the E haplogroup, then he's also going to have to say, okay, where are the E haplogroups for the 5 sons of Shem? And if he does not know, where are they at in Africa? The 5 sons of Shem. And we need to have proof. But in terms of the children of Israel, the way the haplogroups were formed are from people, not black people, not Asians, not East Indians, but mainly I want to stress not black people that are forming these nomenclatures for different haplogroups. But typically what they do is that they have haplogroups that start off like E, and then E1, then E1A or E1B or E2A or E3A. And they have branches. And then when they decide, like when they had C and F, when they decide, okay, we have C and F, we're not going to do F1A, F1A2, F2A, F3A. They just say, well, we're just going to just switch it up and put a whole nother letter on there. We're going to just put it to H-I-J-K, elemental P, and all that other stuff. Why do they do that? Why did you just keep it like the E haplogroup and have E1A and E2 and E3 and E1B1A, E1B1B, E1B1C. Why did they just keep it in the F category or the C category? Why do they go to all these different letters? It's simple, because these guys, when they do these things, they just come up with letters. They say, okay, this mutation here, this mutation there. Okay, we're gonna just make another branch. We're gonna make the branch JHIJK. We're not gonna use F anymore. We're not gonna use F1 or F2 or F3. We're just gonna create a whole new branch of more different haplogroups, but they're all seriously all connected to Japheth according to what Yeshua says. So when you look at the Israelites as a whole, the Israelites, and what haplogroups really show you is migration patterns of people groups to different parts of the world. We know that a lot of the Israelites, they fled into Africa. They mixed with a lot of different Hamitic nations, but there were some Israelites that went to the east. We see that with the Northern Kingdom and how they were expelled to the east as far as the town of the Medes. That doesn't mean that the people that got expelled to the east said, we're going to go right back to the land of Israel and Jordan. We're going to go back into Egypt. No, a lot of them kept going east and they went different directions. There were some people that went to Africa and eventually they left Africa on ships and they sailed to the east, like the Pacific Islanders. When you talk to different ones that actually know their history, they know their language, they know the traditions and customs, they know who they are. And so when you go to, say, in the Pacific Islands, you see the Pacific Islanders, they're not going to be there intermarrying with people in Africa. They're going to be intermarrying with people that's around that area. Same thing with the Austrian Aborigines. And so when you look at people in Polynesia, Melanesia, Micronesia, and you see that their skulls might be a little different, their teeth might be a little different, they have brown skin, they have afros, they have Negroid-looking features such as wide nose and big lips and different things of that nature. And you say, well, how come these guys over here don't have the E haplogroup? Well, if they're not Shemites or Israelites, then are they Hamites? And if they're Hamites, why do they leave?
Yeah. So can you sum up everything, since that was time? Just sum everything up in one sentence.
Yeah. So when the Israelites scattered to the four corners, mutations happen because they were in different regions. If you research how mutations actually happen, you will see that from their mixings with other women of other nations and going into different areas of the world and different climates, then over time mutations happen. And these guys that create the ISOG haplogroups, they create different haplogroups like M and S, which you see in the Pacific Islands like Papua New Guinea. Same reason why E is in Africa and E, you're not going to see E in China or the Pacific Islands with black people that's over there as well.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. So you can't. So basically, what you can't say is that all the Israelites should have one haplogroup, because that means that all the Israelites are in one area, not the four corners.
Cool. Okay. So, same question for Yeshu. 5 minutes. By the way, I'm eating. Sorry. 5 minutes. What is the haplogroup of Israel? Again, what is the haplogroup of Israel? 5 minutes. You start in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so let's just recapitulate here, because this guy is pettifogging, and when you pettifog, you clear, you muddy the water. So I have to elucidate some things. First of all, let's go back to the meaning of haplogroup, so you guys can have a rudimentary understanding of science and not this made-up fairy tale stuff that he keeps, spewing. Haplogroup, again, means a group of individuals that share a common ancestor. Since we're dealing with the male side of things, because we're dealing with a patrilineal narrative, which is the Bible, then we're looking at Y DNA. So if you're in a Y haplogroup, you share the same patrilineal line, meaning you go back to the same male ancestor. There's 3 ancestors in the Bible that we're talking about here: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The Israelites would come from Shem. They would all have to share the same haplogroup. He hasn't even explained any mechanisms on how you get around that. Again, E of 96 will produce a downstream mutation from there and later produce E1B1. E1B1 will produce E1B1A or E1B1A2 or E1B1B. There's no way around that, and he hasn't explained how do you get around that. Okay? Secondly, using an idiom saying, oh, well, the Most High said that the Jews will be scattered across the whole earth. That doesn't mean we should expect to see Jews in Antarctica. It's just an idiom saying that people will be scattered. Okay? And again, just because people have oral traditions does not automatically make them true. You have to match it with something. That's circular reasoning. Oh, the people say they're Jews, so therefore they're Jews. That the people being questioned can't be the proof. Okay? You have to have something outside of that to validate those claims. Now, to answer the question, they did a study in 2011. We bring this up all the time, prior Merjani. The modern day Jewish groups descend from a common ancestral population already admixed with Africans. Those Africans that would have been a part of the original Israelite cluster are the Yoruba and the Beluga. They used their DNA to designate these people. Okay? So we understand that E1B1A would have been amongst them. But who did they test? They test Jews. Some of them do have J, some of them do have E1B1B, and some of those Ashkenazis have E1B1A. How do we prove that these are the actual Israelites? Because we can see genetic continuity. If you go back to the Natufian period in the Proto-Akkadians, you see the E markers persisting in that land, in the Levant. I'm not telling you, oh, well, these people say they're Israelites, that's good enough. No, I'm giving you the base population, as the term we use in genetics, the base population as our source to show a genetic continuity to the Iron Age, when we do see the Israelites become a people. Okay? The DNA that we find amongst them in the Iron Age would consist of the Yoruba DNA and the Bantu DNA, which we call and designate E1B1A. And we also see E1B1B amongst those clusters because the Mizrahi Jews date back to 1400 years ago during the original Israelite cluster, the Israelite period, Iron 2A period. When we start seeing all the material culture, we see the seven-spouted lamp, we see the stone-cutted altars, we see the Israelites in the land, we hear their name, we see their name being mentioned in the Merneptah Stela. They were around during that time. And we see them before. We see the E markers prior to this showing a genetic continuity. And again, E1B1A would not descend from anything but EP2. EP2 would not descend from anything from what's upstream from that, going all the way back to EM96 and going back to DE. He hasn't illustrated or shown you anything other than that. What he's telling you is that your children can have different haplogroups, which is false. If you have an E marker, you descend from someone with an E marker who descended from someone with an E marker. You get your Y chromosome from your father. And the male that we're trying to trace back to would be Shem. Okay? So to wrap it up and give the simple answer of this, we find our DNA in the original Israelite cluster, and we find it in the ancient Levantine samples called the Natufians. And we find it amongst the Akkadians. The Akkadians would be Shemites, and they all have E markers. In the early North Africans, we find it amongst them, which is also associated with Shem, according to Josephus, because the name Africa comes from Ophir or Ophir, which has been tied to the Amazigh. These will all be Shemites. Now, he mentioned J markers being Ishmael. Many of those J markers, we know where they come from. They don't come from the land of the Semites. They come from the Caucasus. Go ahead.
All right, that's time, but I'm gonna let you say one sentence to sum all that up, and then we're gonna move to the questions, and we'll have compare and contrast. So one last sentence.
All right, for a quick sum
it up, and then he can ask you questions.
All right, for a quick summation. Quick summation is this. We see the ancient E markers in the Levant. We see it in the Eblite territories and the Mari territories. These will be all Shemitic territories at the onset. And we see it all the way in the Iron Age with the Yoruba samples being found amongst the original Israelite cluster. We can clearly see a genetic continuity. Therefore, we can see the Israelite marker would be haplogroup E. Now land there.
All right, so the Israelite markers haplogroup E. Okay. So, now Ron, you can ask whatever questions you like. 5 minutes, starting at 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, so he just said that if you've been following that E haplogroup is a marker for Shem and also a marker for Israel. So he basically said that's why he said the Mizrahi Jews are also Israelites. The Ashkenazi Jews that also have E markers are also Israelites. The Sephardic Jews that also have the E marker are also Israelites. The white Arabs that follow Islam, they're also Israelites. He knows that the E1B1B marker is found in high frequencies in Morocco, so that means that the white Moroccan Arabs are also Israelites. E1B1B is seen in Somalia at high percentages, so they're also Israelites. The people in Ethiopia, over 80% of them are also all Israelites, regardless of on what side of the Omo River Valley they live on, the east and the west. Also, people in Tunisia, Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Palestine, Lebanon, Kosovo, Montenegro, Bulgaria, Albania, Macedonia, Greece, Sicily, Cyprus, Serbia, South Italy, and many people in the Caucasus region and also in Russia. They also have the E1B1B haplogroup, so they're also Israelites. Because remember, they have the E haplogroup, which he says is the descendant of the Israelites. And if you defer and say, oh, no, they're not the Israelites, they're descendants of Shem. So now we have to say, okay, these guys over here that I just named, they're Shemites. That means that they're descendants of Ashur, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the linear Elamites, the Arameans that speak the Aramaic language, and the Luwians. This makes no sense at all. And notice that this guy, he says he's a scholar in DNA, and I don't know what I'm talking about, but yet, in terms of the people in Africa that he knows that are the Israelites, they have the E haplogroup, he's only able to give you one tribe, the Yoruba tribe. The Yoruba tribe, that's it. I mean, out of all the people in Africa that have E1B1B, E1B1A, the only people that he can spit off the top of his dome is the Yoruba tribe. Ask him if he can spit off 20 or 25 tribes in Africa that have the E1B1A haplogroup that he confirms himself that are Israelites, because he did say earlier that there are people that have the E1B1A haplogroup that are not Israelites. So if they're not Israelites, these E1B1A haplogroup carriers in Africa and in America and in the Caribbean and in South Africa through the slave trades that have the E1B1A haplogroup, either they are Israelites or maybe African Americans that have the specific E1B1A haplogroup that is not Israelites. Maybe we are the Assyrians, maybe we're the Babylonians, maybe we're the Elamites, maybe we're the Arameans, maybe we're the Luwians, maybe we're the Ishmaelites, maybe we're Edomites. Because remember, he's saying that the E haplogroup is a Shemitic marker, and Esau was the descendant of Shem. So was Ishmael. So we have to use critical thinking and logic here. If we're not critical thinking and logical thinkers, and we don't use our brain, then we're going to be fooled by his nonsense on what he's saying. He's all over the place. It's not making any sense. It's not making any logical sense. We try to put all these things together to see how it fits up with the Bible and actual real history and oral history, because we know that people that live in Africa, they had the oral history before they even written it down. We have people that experience history and live the history to be able to pass it down orally to their children before the Gentiles were able to capture and write this stuff down and give us an authorized translation in the Greek Koine and in the Greek New Testament and Roman New Testament. So therefore, the people that have the E haplogroup that he's saying are the Israelites, the E1B1B in North Africa and all these European nations that I just named off, and like Albania, Kosovo, Montenegro, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Greece, Cyprus, South Italy, Serbia, Romania. Where is their oral history that they're Israelites?
1 minute.
Where is their oral history that they're Israelites? Are they keeping the traditions and customs of the ancient Israelites? Is the morphology, syntax, and lexicon of the Paleo-Hebrew in their language? No, it's in the Bantu language. Are they following circumcision on the 8th day, naming a child on the 8th day, the Shemitah year, where they rest the year on the 7th year and they let the land rest and they let anybody that's a foreigner or stranger eat of the land? Do they still have casting of lots and pouring of libations? Do they still revere the mountain as a sacred place and they sacrifice an animal once a year to the mountain through the priest? Do they have things where the person that's born with locks of hair, they can't cut their hair except for the priest cut their hair? Do they follow the different Passover and Sukkot and different festivals that the Israelites practice? Were they going through the curses of Israel in North Africa and all these European nations that he claims to be Israelites because they have the E haplogroup? The answer is no. Got to use critical thinking and logic here, guys. Critical thinking and logic.
Okay, that's time. So, you can cross-examine what he said if you want, or we can go to the next set of questions.
Yes, I'm going to cross-examine what he said. I want the audience to realize.
Are you starting now?
Yeah, I want the audience to
All right,
realize.
3, 2, 1, go.
I want the audience to realize that this guy hasn't even attempted to address the fact that in order to have a haplogroup, you have to descend from a person that has that haplogroup. There's no deviating from that. He's all over the place. Anyone can claim a culture. Anyone can absorb a culture. For instance, what he just did was invalidated majority of African American males because African American males don't keep ancient Israelite culture. A lot of them keep Americana culture. A lot of them celebrate Christmas, Thanksgiving. A lot of them just got done a couple months ago popping firecrackers. You understand? These guys speak Indo-European languages. They don't speak Hebrew. So according to his logic, listen what he just said. We have to think critically. And then everything he said was illogical and uncritical in thinking. This guy is mad. So when you look at that and apply his logic across the board, it's called an Aristotelian dictum. Cross logic across the board. The very people that he tries to accept as Israelites, right? That will be descendants of these people. They don't keep the culture. They don't keep the tradition by and large. That goes for the Latin blacks. That goes for the blacks of South America. And many of these Africans that are keeping Catholic traditions and Christian traditions to this day. Okay? So if it's based off culture and language, you just eliminated a lot of people as being Israelites. No, you don't use that. The one field that elucidates ancestry and pinpoints people groups is genetics. So you start there. We use interdisciplinary studies. We'll say, okay, these people have this oral tradition. Let's see if the genetics match up. Like with the Bantu expansion, many people of the descendants of the Bantus have some kind of tradition where they go back to Israel. For instance, we all know the Limba. They have an oral tradition of going back to Israel. They were expelled during the time of Nebuchadnezzar, according to them, and then they went to Sinai and Yemen. We have DNA to back that up, right? Why? Because I already quoted a study in 2011 where Bantu DNA or DNA associated with Bantu tribes were found amongst the original ancestral cluster. That's how you do it. Oh, well, these people keep the culture. Okay, if it's a culture thing, Ron, then those people that you disagree with in Europe, the European Jews, they're automatically Jews. Don't question them no more because they keep culture. They have a history of keeping culture. A tradition is documented. There's no way around that. Okay? For thousands of years, these people have a documented history. All right? So if it's based on culture, things that are evanescent, that fade over time, you understand? Because most African Americans don't keep a Hebrew culture. They don't follow that. Okay? They wasn't circumcised on the 8th day. You understand? They're not keeping Passover. Okay? Most of these people are Christian. Some of them are Muslim. They have deviated. So you can't use culture. Culture is not a genetic marker. When your mother and father got together and had sex and copulated, your father did not fill your mother's womb with culture. This is just silly at this point. So how do we determine this? We use DNA. We find the ancient markers and then we match those markers and see who descends from these people in present day populations. You don't do it off of, oh, well, this person says, okay, what about the Qing in China? Are they Israelites? They have a custom and oral tradition of coming from Israel. Okay. So anybody that keep the culture can be an Israelite. No, that's not even, I can't even say faulty methodology because that's not even methodology. The best way to do it is through phylogeny and tracing the ancestors of man.
1 minute.
And where they correspond in ancient specimens. As we already established, Proto-Acadians will have haplogroup E. The Natufians will have haplogroup E. All these people, I'm talking about proto, first ones. That's how we establish who's who. Okay? You don't establish who's who based on the culture they keep. If that's the case, Ronald, you would be an Indo-European. You would descend from Caucasus hunter-gatherers. You do realize that, right? Because you keep and speak a language from Indo-Europeans. Matter of fact, all African Americans will be Indo-European because they speak a language from that. And they practice Americana culture. So you pretty much shot yourself in the foot with that whole argument. You're not dealing with science. You're dealing with a fairy tale, man. And we're still waiting on you to establish how a man with one haplogroup can produce Jacob with E1B1A and produce Ishmael with J1.
All right. Now going back to the questions. Now the next question is funny, but someone sent it through the back chat, and it's not a long one. It can just be like a minute long. But what is you guys' haplogroup? This is literally a question. What is Ron Dalton's haplogroup? And then you will have the same question next. Hold on. Start the timers here.
So I'm gonna answer the question. I didn't do my haplogroup, but my father's cousin, he did his DNA test, and it came back sub-Saharan African, Nigeria #1, Benin Togo #2. If you look at Benin Togo, if you look at Nigeria, if you had to do an educated guess, because he didn't know all the details on the haplogroup, he just told me that you would conclude that the haplogroups that you see in the majority of Nigeria, Benin, and Togo is haplogroup E. When I get my DNA test, I'll let you guys know. So can I cross-examine what he said too?
Well, this is in the cross-examine section, but when we do the next cross-examine section, you can do that. But Yeshua has to answer the same question. What is your haplogroup, Yeshua?
I think it's very telling for somebody to try to push a DNA doctrine or even speak on DNA and not even take his own DNA test. I've actually taken a DNA test, and my DNA.
Make sure the timer started here.
My DNA is EU290. Some geneticists associate that with the bond to expansion and radiation. So yeah, I'm from haplogroup E. I'm a downstream of E1B1A, EU290. That's my haplotype.
All right, is that it?
Yep.
Okay. Because that was less than a minute, but I guess that was a pretty short question. But so now the next question is, who is haplogroup E1B1A biblically? Who is haplogroup E1B1A biblically? Then Ron will go first, of course. Then Yeshua, 5 minutes each, starting at 3, 2, 1, go.
The majority of E1B1A haplogroup carriers are in sub-Saharan Africa, and if you look at the different tribes in sub-Saharan Africa, they have the oral history, they have the lexicon, they have the morphology and syntax of the ancient Hebrew, Paleo-Hebrew. They also have the traditions and customs, which is the Torah customs, in their customs without having a Torah scroll, without going around saying we're the Israelites, we're the Jews. They have been hit with the curses of Israel, just as the descendants, the Negroes in the Americas and the Caribbean have also been hit with the curses of Israel, and we have their same DNA as well, amongst other nations that also were hit with the curses of Israel and were scattered to the four corners, just not into the continent of Africa. When you look at the E1B1A haplogroup, it's just specific to Madagascar, the Comoros Islands, the islands off the coast of Africa, such as Sao Tome, Principe, Equatorial Guinea, Biako Island, and Cape Verde. Also, of course, in the slave trade regions of the Caribbean and the Americas, and the Negroid Latinos, or Afro-Latinos, and African Americans. So when you look at the E1B1A haplogroup, you can't say that this person that has E1B1A7 is an Israelite, this person that has E1B1A8 is not an Israelite, or somebody that has E1B1A but some kind of downstream of E1B1A are not Israelites, which Yashub said earlier that there are people that have E1B1A that are not Israelites, but they are something else. Maybe they're one of the sons of Shem, just as he said the people that have E1B1B are Israelites, but then he corrected himself and said, no, not everybody that has E1B1B are Israelites. So maybe the people that he's saying that does not fit the title of Israelites with E1B1B or E1B1A, they will fall into the category of the 5 sons of Shem. And so that goes back to, again, what I said earlier, what he said in regards to E1B1B, which he says are Israelites, thus including the Ashkenazi Jews as being Israelites, the Mizrahi Jews as being Israelites, the Sephardic Jews as being Israelites, the Ashkenazi Jews as being Israelites, the Romanite Jews as being Israelites, the Samaritans as being Israelites, many of the white Arabs as being Israelites, many of the black Arabs as being Israelites. many of black people in Africa that have no connection, oral history, no Torah customs, or nothing, they have not went through any of the curses of Israel, they're also Israelites. Like the Masali tribe and the Fur tribe in Chad and Sudan, they have a high percentage of the E1B1B. According to him, they are Israelites, even though they say they come from Tunisia. Now, the problem is when you look at the people that he's claiming outside of E1B1A, which I say is the Israelite migratory marker into Africa, is that the E1B1B haplogroup can be seen, like I said, in the other areas, such as this, like 80% of Somalians, if they have the E1B1B haplogroup, and we're not talking about the Bantu Somalians, we're talking about Somalians in general, that they are also all Israelites. The people in Albania, Kosovo, Montenegro, Serbia, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Greece, Cyprus, Sicily, South Italy, Romania, they are also the Israelites, or the descendants of Shem, when in fact people that I know from Bosnia, Serbia, and the other one that starts with the H, they say they are the descendants of Tyrus, Tiras, of the children of Japhet. But according to Yashub, no, these are all Shemitic people. These are all people that spoke the Shemitic language, which Abraham and Torah was a part of when you look at our Farksab. These are the same people, the people that have E1B1A that I named in the European nations that invaded Israel throughout history, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, and they
1 minute.
Israelites.
1 minute.
And they captured the Israelites and sent them to different lands. So we have to really do examinations of the people that he's claiming. One, E is a Semitic haplogroup, meaning that E falls into the Elamites and the Arameans. Remember, Laban was an Aramean. Rebecca was an Aramean. So we got to look at these people and say, okay, well then that means that the children of Israel had also evidence of white DNA or Jewish DNA, white Jewish DNA, white Arab DNA in their DNA, because they descend from Aram. So I'm saying the E1B1A is the Israelite migratory marker. E1B is not. He's saying otherwise.
You still have like 10 more seconds.
I'm good.
Okay, so basically E1B1A is Israel. Got it. Yeshu, same question. Who is haplogroup E1B1A biblically? Again, who is haplogroup E1B1A biblically? 5 minutes. The timer starts in 3, 2. By the way, Zia, when the minute comes, tell him he has a minute because I'm about to get up and do something. Okay. But so starting at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, I just want to get some clarity out there. I read this guy's book, and he doesn't believe that E1B1A solely is Israelite marker. He believes haplogroup P, haplogroup H. Like this man, he has all the haplogroups being Israel. So I wish he would be honest with this answer. But if all you have to do is read his book, Hebrew to Negroes, and he actually answered this in his book, and he basically says all these different people groups are Israelites, and he's just being, I think he's being a little disingenuous here with that answer.
Thanks for the promotion.
Yeah. Anyway.
But, don't interrupt, or I'm gonna stop his time.
All right. So anyway, E1B1A would be considered an Israelite marker, but it's more nuanced to that and has caveats to that. Why am I saying this? Because you do have older E1B1A markers that exist 12,000 years ago in Iran. Now, ask yourself this. When did Abraham pop on the scene? And Israelites descend from Abraham, correct? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is how it goes. So how is there E1B1A variant existing 12,000 years ago if all E1B1A comes from Abraham? This is where you have to be intellectually honest and say, okay, if it exists prior to Abraham, then it can't come from Abraham. So you do have examples like that where you do have some E1B1A variants, because you're not, E1B1A is not a person. E1B1A is a cluster. EP2, where E1B1A comes from, is a cluster of individuals. So anyone that has EP2 can evolve or mutate into either E1B1A or E1B1B. So yes, you do have Israelites that have E1B1A to this day, and you also have Israelites that have E1B1B, according to my model, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob would have all had EP2, which can produce either E1B1A and E1B1B, meaning the early Israelite population would have consisted of both, which is consistent with the data that we do see with Primer Johnny that provided in 2011 the gene flow into Europeans, Levantines, and modern Jews. So that would match. That would mean that there was a population that existed in the Israelite cluster that had E1B1A because they showed the Yoruba and the Bantu tribe that was amongst them, and these modern Jews that had E1B1B. I mean, that's just empirical. I don't have to do the Fantasyland two-step that he just did with you guys. I could just go straight to the concrete evidence and prove how it's a marker. But you do have other markers, as you mentioned, E1B1B, that exist 15,000 years ago with the Ibero-Maurusians. Now, again, I want the audience to ask yourself this question again. When does Abraham exist? I'll give you an upper limit and say Abraham existed 2200 BCE. 2200 BCE. That's 4,200 years ago. Ibero-Maurusians existed 15,000 years ago, and they had E1B1B. So it's more nuanced and there's caveats to it. But yes, modern-day Israelites would descend from E1B1A and E1B1B because Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob would have the parental haplogroup EP2. I rest there.
You still got 1:30.
Okay, I mean, I pretty much wrapped it up in a nice little bow for everybody.
Well,
He's
all right.
pulling the Eminem. He's saying, I'm dropping the mic and doing my acapellas.
Oh, okay. So Ron, this is cross-examination time. 5 minutes. Cross-examination. I think that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
start. 1, 2, 3, go.
All right. So yeah. So he said that the Ibero-Maurusians from 22,000 years ago, or 22,000 BC, have the E1B1B. And he also said that there are E1B1A variants that are also from 15,000 years ago, which would predate Abraham, would predate the oldest Egyptian text, the Harappan text, the Proto-European text, the Chinese Zhang text. It would predate pretty much everything. So the question is, if E1B1B and E1B1A, like he said, were found in some type of archaeological studies or skeletons to be predating back to 15,000 BC or 20,000 BC, then which people today in Africa that have the E1B1A variant are not Israelites because they pre-exist Abraham, because Abraham existed in, you said, like 2,200 BC. That means that they would have to go back to probably the time of Adam, or probably to the time of the original sons of Shem, since he agreed that the original haplogroup for the Shemites is E. So which people, and which E1B1A and which E1B1B variant in the continent of Africa are not Israelites, but they are people that are older than Abraham and perhaps older than Shem himself, because we know in the Bible that from 2000 BC to 15,000 BC, that's 13,000 years. And we know that after the flood, that we have an accurate timeline of people in terms of how long did they live. From Shem living, probably 100-something years, they didn't live 1,000 years after the flood. So which people, again, that have the E1B1A variant and the E1B1B variant predate the Israelites and possibly also predate the sons of Shem, because they go back past 10,000 years. And if you don't know these people, then give us the name of the variant of E1B1B and E1B1A so we can do our own due diligence and research this variant.
I think you still have time. You have like 2 minutes and 43 seconds, unless you want him to answer that question.
Yeah, so I'm gonna repeat the question. He needs to tell us first, since he's done the research, which people in Africa with the E1B1B or E1B1A haplogroup are not Israelites, because they predate, because their E1B1A or E1B1B haplogroup variant predates Abraham. It predates perhaps even Eber and Shem. Who are these people today in Africa that have these haplogroups, but they are not Israelites? And if you can also give the E1B1A or the E1B1B variant or haplogroup downstream number or letter, because you're gonna have letters and numbers, so that we can do our due diligence and research this to see which tribes in Africa that are not Israelites but have the E1B1A haplogroup or the E haplogroup.
Okay, so you're asking a question. He can answer that question and also do the cross-examination, but because I think this is the first time you asking a question. But yeah.
Well, I asked that question earlier. He kicked me out of the audience.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll give him. Let's see. Since you asked the question, we'll give him 5 minutes. And then if he needs a little bit more extra time for his summation for the cross-examination, I'll give him just a few seconds. But so answer that question you shoot, and then you can get into your cross-examination. I'm going to give you 5 minutes as normal, but if you need a little bit more time for your cross-examination when you're done, I'll give you just a few more seconds since you are answering a question. Okay. All right. So we're about to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so again, the question to his answer has already been established, and it was answered. If the Ibero-Maurusians exist 15,000 years ago, and I guess he has an objection to that. I need him to establish when the flood happened, and I want to see a bottleneck during that period where all humans were pretty much killed and destroyed off the planet Earth, and only a few people exist. That's called a bottleneck. You have to show me that. Did that happen in the middle of the Bronze Age, sir? Did that happen in the middle of the pre-dynastic Egypt? What about the Nakata period? When did this happen, sir? Because we don't see any bottlenecking events to that measure, to that effect, where only 8 people survive in the Bronze Age, or 4,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, hell, even 6,000 years ago. But to answer his question, the Ibero-Maurusians would be EM78. Okay, you also have EL618 amongst them as well. So it's more nuanced to just say, well, everyone with EM78 is Ibero-Maurusian. No, that's not how DNA works. Again, all of these people would come from older bearers of EP2 that could have mutated E1B1A or E1B1B. These people mutated earlier, 15,000 years ago. Okay? This is what all of the scientific literature states. So again, I'm dealing with science, I'm dealing with empirical data. Ron's dealing with his imagination. That's the difference. E1B1B amongst these people would be at least between 15,000 years ago, 14,000 years ago, in that range. Again, Abraham didn't exist back then, therefore they can't be descendants of Abraham. Another example of this is the Malta Cave sample. Everyone can look up the Malta Cave sample and see what the DNA is. When they first published it, it was E1B1. And then when they updated the genome, it was actually E1B1A2. Ron, that dates back to 4,400 years ago. Again, how are you saying that's Abraham? And these people have possible descendants that live in the Ethiopian highlands with the same marker, E1B1A2. You can't be older than your father, Ron. You can't exist prior to your father. So, I mean, that's just that simple. But what I want him to do, since I'm pretty much answered that, I want him to substantiate that Israelites can be E1B1A and haplogroup P and haplogroup H and haplogroup F and haplogroup K. Well, we know that's not how haplogroups work. You get your Y chromosome from your father, he got it from his father, and all the way back to the archfather they all descend from. So I want him to explain that to the people scientifically. I don't want to hear fairy tale stories. Oh, these people keep this culture, or these people said that. Show me your methodology. You have not employed any methodology. All night I've been showing phylogeny. What have you been showing? Nothing. Fairy tales. Okay? So I want you to explain that. So my answer was already given. You had EP2 barriers. If anyone's listening, you don't look at a DNA sequence and say this one individual. No, it's a cluster of individuals. EP2 was a cluster. It was a group of people, meaning a group of people could have mutated E1B1A, E1B1B at any given time. This is why we use the law of parsimony. We try to use the best explanation possible to explain who's the Israelites, who's the Shemites. Okay, and I gave you that data. 2011 Prior Marjani, the paper she wrote on Plus One. It shows you that we were a part of that original Israelite culture, or cluster, that existed in the Iron 2A period. That's how you differentiate. You don't differentiate by saying, well, this person has this culture. Because again, there's many people on the planet Earth right now that say they're Israelites and they have a culture or emulate a culture. That does not automatically make them that people.
1 minute.
If Ron Dalton went to China and Japan and adopted Shintoism, and his children adopted Shintoism, and then they passed it down to their children, does that make them the originators of Shintoism? No. So a culture is evanescent, it fades. You have to look at the DNA, and looking at the DNA, it's not looking good for you. So I need you to explain to the people how you could be E1B1A and related to J1. How can Ishmael be J1 if he descends from Abraham, and E1B and Jacob be E1B1A if they both descend from Abraham? We need answers. And I land there.
All right, you still got 20 more seconds, but are you sure you're done?
Yeah, and also explain haplogroup P, because this man believes the Negritos are Israelites as well. He wasn't being fully honest with y'all when that Israelite marker answer. He thinks various markers are Israelites. Yeah, explain that, man.
All right, so I guess we're going back to a question. I have questions to the side. I'm going to put that to the side right now and let Ron answer Yeshub's question. And we're going to get 5 minutes again. And you start in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, this is very simple, and when I'm done, I want him to answer the question, because he's saying that the E haplogroup, in order to be a Shemite, you have to fall into the E haplogroup. In order to be a Shemite, one of the sons of Noah, you have to be in the E haplogroup. You cannot be outside of the E haplogroup. In order to be an Israelite, you have to be in the E haplogroup. You cannot be outside of the E haplogroup. So, if that's the case, then why isn't the descendants of Japhet in one letter haplogroup? What about the children of Ham? What haplogroup are they in? Are they in one particular haplogroup that has one letter and not 3 or 4 or 5 different letters? Because we already went over the fact that CF, if they're the children of Japhet, and CF breaks down to F, and F breaks down to HIJK, and then K breaks down to even more haplogroups. If we're using logical or critical thinking, then how can he say that Ron's not making any sense? Because how can you be multiple different haplogroups but be from the same lineage of Shem? Well, we just confirmed from the lineage of Japhet, which he states this is out of CF, that F breaks down to HIJK, and then also L, and then also QPT, all these other haplogroups, MS. So wait a minute, we got the children of Shem all descending from one letter haplogroup E, but the children of Japhet all descending from like 10 different letter groups. But yet I'm incorrect, because I'm saying, well, wait a minute, how can all these Israelites have different haplogroups? Well, this is the thing. We didn't even go into the children of Ham. Ham had 4 sons. They shall all have the same letter haplogroup. What is the letter haplogroup? Which I want him to answer. What is the single haplogroup for the Hamites? Not 4 or 5 different letters. We want one letter, since he's saying that the Israelites and Shemites can only have the Y DNA haplogroup E. Nothing outside of that. But here's the kicker. When you look at the fact that it says that the Israelites were scattered to the 4 corners of the earth, if we're looking at the fact that we're looking at E haplogroup, or E1B1A, E1B1B as Israelites, we're cutting off the Eastern Hemisphere. We're basically drawing a line through the Middle East, going into the Americas, and we're saying everybody to the other side, past Central Asia, to South Asia, to North Asia, they're not Israelites. So the other corner of the world, the Eastern Hemisphere of the world, no Israelites went there at all. So the people in Papua New Guinea, the Gogodala tribe, and all these different tribes that say that they're the Israelites, and they can prove it, and you got Jewish historians going around and say, oh, you guys don't have our DNA, you're not the Israelites. The Australian Aborigines, the people in Polynesia, Fiji, Maori, the people from Fiji that actually told me out their own mouth on the phone that they went to Africa, they left from Tanzania near Lake Tanganyika, they got on boats, and they traveled to the east, past Madagascar, past the Bay of Bengal, past Melanesia, Papua New Guinea, and they went further to the east. They had a chest Inside the chest, they had two stone tablets, wooden tablets that had how they were to conduct the customs, traditions, and the laws of their people. And that chest fell over into the water. And when they went to look for it, they said, well, we can't find it, so we're going to stay in this island that's closest to the chest that we had on our canoes that fell over in the island. And they named the island Fiji after an acronym that stands for the Israelites. So the people in Fiji that don't have E1B1A, in the original inhabitants of Fiji, Samoa, Hawaii, Cook Islands, Melanesia, Papua New Guinea, if you look at the old pictures in black and white, they look black. But no, they cannot be Israelites, even though they say they're Israelites, and they have proof that they're Israelites.
1 minute.
They cannot be Israelites because they have to have the E haplogroup. But we already determined, which he said, the CF haplogroup group is JFET. In addition to the CF haplogroup is JFET, then we also have HIJK, who are also JFET. Numerous letters, more than one letter, not E, but 5 or 6, 7 letters, and then the haplogroup K within that sub haplogroup breaks down to all these other haplogroups: Q, S, M, N, S, L, T, S, all these other haplogroups. So what he's saying does not make any sense. He's actually contradicting himself and proving that I'm right. But I want him to answer: who are the children of Ham? What is their single haplogroup letter?
Are you done? Is that it?
Yeah, I'm done. So I can prove to him that the Israelites can have more than one haplogroup E1B, that more than one haplogroup E. They can have a different letter haplogroup. So who are the children of Ham, and what is their haplogroup?
I can actually give you 1 more minute to explain why the Ishmaelite Arabs will have J, and the Israelites have U1B1A, because I kind of want to know as well. I'm a bit kind of want to see how that works, but I'll give you 1 minute to explain that, and then I'll let you ask that question to him, because I still kind of confused.
Well, he doesn't understand migratory patterns.
Well, hold on. Let me give that minute. Start now.
He doesn't understand migratory patterns and routes. He does. I mean, see, he's just looking at one aspect of science. He's looking at DNA. But in my books, I study linguistics. I study anthropology, the study of culture. I study archaeology. I study craniometry, oral maxillary and facial skull recognition with the maxilla and the mandible and the angles of the jaw, teeth analysis, ABO analysis, infectious disease analysis, trichology, the study of hair, the study of many different things that he does not, and even study of ancient histories and what they have in their languages and in their books and in how they migrated from point A to point B. Hence the reason why I told him that the people in India have connections to ancient Mesopotamia just as well. The old Persian language can be seen in the Avestan language, can be seen in Gujarati language in northwest India. So when you look at Old Persian and Pallava and Middle Persian, New Persian and Avestan language of the Rig Veda.
All right, that's time. Can you just sum up that last sentence? Sum it up.
Migration patterns and other different factors in science can prove everything I'm saying. But like I said, I want him to answer: who are the children of Ham, and what is their single haplogroup? Because we already defined that the haplogroups of Japhet are like 10 to 12 different haplogroups, different letters. But yet he's saying that the Israelites can only have one haplogroup E, including Shem.
Okay, so you heard that is your question, Yeshua. You get 5 minutes.
Right.
Starting at 3, 2, 1, and go.
All right.
Zia, make sure you.
First off, I want to start off with this. He got a phone call from somebody from the Fiji Islands, right? He got a phone call. This is his evidence, y'all. I'm providing you guys scientific literature. I'm giving you articles to go back to and look at. I'm giving you the phylogeny. And his evidence is I was on the phone with these people and they told me they was Israelites. Come on, bro. If we want to, okay, so just because someone, that's anecdotal one. Secondly, just because someone states something doesn't make it true. You have to give evidence. What's the scientific method? You give your hypothesis, right? And then you do what? You gather evidence and you compare it towards your hypothesis, whether it's false or it confirms it. That's how you do it. You're not doing that. You're just giving us statements, man, and anecdotal evidence. I gave a phone call. There's a African tribe, the Jengas. They say that they come from mermaids. Does it make it true because they say it? No. Now, I want the audience to understand this. He did not answer my question. He didn't even attempt to answer my question. He didn't give you the methodology or mechanism that shows that Ishmael could be J1 and Jacob be E1, B1A and Esau be E1, B1B, because that's what he says in this book. I have it right here in front of me. It says, mixed breed sons in Israel, / Canaan, bearing their Edomite passed down, Y DNA E1, B1B. So he teaches that Esau's E1, B1B. Then he says Y DNA C, most commonly seen in Australian Aborigines and Native Americans, also seen in select groups in Indonesia, Polynesia, Micronesia, and Melanesia. He's saying Y DNA C is Israel as well. Y DNA P, most commonly seen in that Gritos population in the Pacific Islanders, and also Papua New Guinea. This could very well be the ancestral haplogroup of those Canaanites that traveled east with or without the Israelites into the far islands of the Pacific. So he touched on that. He got a phone call. You know what I'm saying? That's his evidence, y'all. Y-DNA-Q, most commonly seen in Native Americans and indigenous people of Americans and Caribbeans. It would seem to me, Ronald, that everybody on the planet is an Israelite. Because you're including every haplogroup, which means you're including every ancestral group that comes from these haplogroups. Y-DNA-R, most commonly seen in the descendants of black Moors and black Jews who lived in Iberia. Let me tell you something. You do know 60% of Western Europeans are haplogroup R, and majority of white Americans are haplogroup R. So are they Israelites too, brother? This is what your book says. The Y-DNA-R was originally created from the mixing of Shemitic people with Shemitic people. What else your book says? Y-DNA-H, most commonly seen in Dravidians, South dark-skinned Indians. Is also what you don't tell people in your book, that this haplogroup is seen in white-skinned individuals as well in India as well. You're not telling them that. Some sources may label them as Dalits or untouchables. Come on, bro. You're making the whole planet Earth Israelites. Y-DNA-T, seen mostly in Somalians and Djiboutians like Dir clan, Issa clan. It says the Egyptians were well familiar with the land of Punt, Somalia. Egyptian men and women often strove in the camp of the Israelites. It is also seen in traces of the Afar tribe, the Antamoro people in Madagascar. So when we break this down, anybody can be an Israelite, because, okay, if you're saying Y-DNA-HT or any of these CF lineages of Israelites, all of them are Israelites because they all descend from the same common male ancestral group. Again, this is why I want the audience to understand this. I'm actually trying to educate you guys here. He's just trying to blow smoke up your skirt, okay? If you have an haplogroup, you go back to a common ancestral group. And when we're dealing with Y-DNA, you go back to a common ancestral group of males. Now, to answer his question on who the Hamites are, they exhume the early fossils of the pre-Kerma period. These will be your progenitors of the Cushites, which we know according to the Bible would be descendants of Ham. They all had AM13, and we know A becomes B. So A and B are directly related, and we can show that. We see A and B amongst the early hunter-gatherers of sub-Saharan Africa. We see it, the early proto-Nilotes. We see it amongst them, BM60, AM13, and other clades. These will be your Hamites, and we can establish that as using our source population in pre-Kerma. All of the individuals AM13.
You should. It's been like a minute trying to sum it up, because I know you were just getting into it.
Yeah.
Sum it up.
Yeah, so to sum it up, so again, when Muntazer and other geneticists studied the specimens in the Sudanese Museum, these were individuals that would have lived in ancient northern Sudan, which have later developed into the Kushite kingdom, during the Middle Bronze Age. These individuals will have haplogroup AM13, so this is a positive idea of what the DNA would have been. They would have all been haplogroup A, so that's the marker of the Hamites. So A and B would be Ham, DE would be Shem, CF would be Japhet. We determine who CF is because the Proto-Europeans, according to Josephus, would have been Japhet. We determine who Shem is because the early People of the Shemitic lands, like the Natufians and the Akkadians, would have E markers that go back to DE. We determine who A and B and who the Hamites are because the early Cushites, the progenitors of the Cushite kingdom and Cushite peoples, would have had haplogroup A and B. That's a way better model than saying all of these haplogroups are Israelites. You're basically saying 90% of the earth is Israelites. Stop it.
All right. So basically, Shu, what I'm getting at is haplogroup A and B is Ham, DE is Shem, CF is Japheth. Okay. So now we can go back to the questions that everyone has sent me.
Well, wait. I want to.
I was about to say, or we can let y'all ask questions to each other. But like I said, I do have a list of questions. But I can let y'all ask a question back to each other if you want. How do you want to do this?
I want to hear the questions from. I've heard his questions. Can we hear the questions from the audience?
No, I want to answer. I want to make a statement on what he said.
No, bro.
Only be for a minute.
Yeah, we want to get to the questions.
Only for 1 minute. So let me start it. 3, 2, 1, go.
Now notice that he said A becomes B, and A is the lineage of Ham. So within A, then we should see within A and B, we should see the descendants of Cush, Canaan, Mitzrayim, and Put. Okay, so then when you look at the people in Africa, such as the Tuaregs, the Hausa people, you look at some of the people in Niger and Chad that also have R1B. R1B corresponds to the C and F branch or the K branch. So basically what he's saying is that the Tuaregs, the Fulani, the Hausa, and other Chadic speakers that are in Chad and Niger, they are all the children of Japhet from the Western European and Eastern European regions. So they speak the Japhetic languages, and they are the children of Japhet. Despite the fact that we know that the Black Moors were a North African Berber people that mixed with the Sarakas or the Black Arabs to formulate a people called the Moors, and they went to Spain and Portugal and went back into Africa. And we know that the Moors are not Japhet.
You can have 1 minute to respond to that, Yeshub, or we can go back to the questions that everyone has sent.
All right, cool. I just want people to notate this. Again, this guy.
Get that 1 minute. All right, start now.
I just want people to notate this. Then let's move on to the questions. He didn't provide any evidence. This is all rhetoric, and he's pontificating. That's not science. Again, I provided you guys a source, a base population to go off of to determine who Ham was. I gave you a base population to determine who Shem was. I gave you a base population to determine who Japheth was. All he did was get a phone call from somebody from across the world that claimed something. That's not evidence. And if you try to submit that to any academic setting, just throw that out. That wouldn't even consider it. So again, one side is providing evidence. I'm just giving you guys evidence and empirical data. You guys can all go home and go to my channel, Genesis 49ers. I provide evidence there, source material, to come to our conclusions. This guy's just giving you guys, his words.
All right. And hold on. Other people. Sorry, other people who are in the chat thing. This is only between Yeshub and Ron. At the end of all this, we'll have like a vote on who won. But and y'all can ask them questions too. But for now, just send me questions through the back channel. For everyone that's new here, this is a debate only between Yeshub and Ron. 5 minutes each, depending on the question. It could be 1 minute or 3 minutes, because we have a lot of questions already sent. But if y'all have any questions, just message me in the back channel, and I'll give them to you guys through to Yeshub and Ron. But now we're going back to the questions. So everyone, just keep your mics muted, please. And so the next question is: we talked about how both of you guys agreed that UMB1A would be among the Israelites, which I of course agree as well. And so now the question is: do Jewish groups have E1B1A? This question is to Ron Dalton. Do Jewish groups such as Ashkenazi, Sephardi, Mizrahi, Yemeni, whatever, have E1B1A? 5 minutes. Start now.
The question would be basically: can phenotypically a person that is white have E1B1A? We know that Blake Griffin, the basketball player for the former New Jersey Nets. He has a black father. And then Blake Griffin, of course, is his son. And Blake Griffin marries a white lady. And they have a son. And their son looks outwardly white. But if his father has E1B1A, then his son will also have E1B1A. Now, we know that the majority of the people that carry E1B1A that brought it into Africa, that are the originators of the E1B1A haplogroup, are people in Africa who are very, very dark-skinned, and they look like Africans, they look like Negroes. So, therefore, the question is, when you look at the overall people in modern jewelry, their predominant haplogroups is not just one haplogroup, it's multiple haplogroups. They don't have just E1B1B. They have R1A, R1B, they have J1, they have J2, they have I, they have G. And if you want to search high and low and try to look for people that have E1B1A, what you're going to find is many of the genetic articles are not going to openly confess that they have a high percentage of the E1B1A haplogroup in the Ashkenazi jewelry or Sephardic jewelry or Mizrahi jewelry. If anything, if you see it in Mizrahi jewelries, because the Yemenite Jews that are closer to the Horn of Africa, that have a history of slavery and the Sabaean Empire and Israelites being also in that area as well, including the Lemba Jews, you would see E1B1A at smaller percentages in the Mizrahi Jews if you're talking about the Yemeni Jews. But overall, the modern jewelry today, Ashkenazi Sephardic Jews, Romanite Jews, and other Jews such as the Moroccan Jews and Libyan Jews, they have a small percentage of E1B1A. The E1B1A carriers are in sub-Saharan Africa, and that's where it originated from with the Bantu people.
Are you done? I'm not near the timer, by the way, but Zia, how much time does he have?
250.
You got 250, so...
Okay, so that's great. So when you look at the fact that in the genetic article, the lady, her name was Himla Sudiyal. She works in the Division of Human Genetics, School of Pathology, Faculty of Health Sciences in Johannesburg, South Africa. In the article, Lemba Origins Revisited, Tracing the Ancestry of Y Chromosomes in South Africa, the Zimbabwean Lemba, she in her article showed that the Lemba Jews not only have E1B1A, but they also have J1 and L and K. But yet the Lemba Jews outwardly look black. However, half of the number of people they tested from Lemba Jews, including the Buba clan, which claims to be Cohenites and priests, they had the Y-DNA J, which would make them, according to Yashu, the children of Japhet. The children of Japhet. So half of the Lemba Jews today in Africa are the children of Japhet. So that means the children of Japhet went from Israel into Arabia, into Yemen, and into the Horn of Africa, and amongst the different parts of different countries in Africa. So when you look at E1B1A, you're looking at a Bantu migratory marker of the true Israelites. Anybody that has E1B1A that outwardly does not look like look like a Bantu Negro person, it's a dilution of an original man that had the E1B1A haplogroup and passed it down to his son after son after son without a break. But in terms of modern jewelry, the majority of modern jewelry has 9 different haplogroups, of which E1B1A is not the majority haplogroup. It's actually, if anything, is 0. And if any genetic articles do mention it, it's probably at 1%. So again, Lemba Jews have J, which is the Japhetic haplogroup. So half of the Lemba Jews are the children of Japhet.
How much time does he have, Zia?
You still have a minute and 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, even greater. So notice how Yeshu giggles and laughs because he doesn't have all the answers, because he's actually doesn't know anything really. If you look at the Hebrews Singles book series, also the movie called The Message, Part 1 and Part 2, and the multiple movies I've done on h2ntv.com, you will see there's not just a phone call that proves that the people in Fiji are the Israelites or the people on Papua New Guinea. If the Jewish historian and explorer Tudor Prophet went to Papua New Guinea to study the Gogodala tribe, and they have the Y-DNA MS, and they claim that they also come from the children of Israel, and that they are the tribe of Benjamin. Now, did they tell Tudor Prophet this? No, but I have people from Papua New Guinea that call via WhatsApp, they contact me through Instagram, and they also email me, and they tell me all the Israelite traditions and customs and oral histories that they have, including the migratory route of the way that they got from Israel to the place we're in today, including the people in Fiji and Samoa and New Zealand, the Maori people, including people in Australia. So he's laughing at the fact that one person... Okay, good.
All right, and I think this is Yeshub's turn. I forgot where I was at. Is this the cross examination? Because I'm doing other stuff. Is this the cross examination? Is ask some questions?
No, this was questions from the audience, and then we're
So the
gonna move to
question
judgment.
is, that's right. So the question basically is, do Jews have E1B1A? Do Jews have E1B1A? Zia, start the time now.
Right. Yes, emphatically, modern Jewish groups have E1B1A. I mean, this guy danced around this. He could have just said that. You can go to Family Tree DNA and go to the Jewish E Project and stroll down until you see EM2. And you will see that you have Jews that have EM2, that Jews that have EU174 actually, that trace back to an ancestor that a Jew, I think it was Ashkenazi, that lived in Virginia here in America. And you have one that he traces his lineage back to Portugal actually, and there's actually a Lithuanian Jew on Family Tree DNA that has E1B1A. So anyone can look this up. Go to Family Tree DNA and look up the haplogroup. I mean the Jewish E Project, and click the Y-DNA chart, and you can see for yourself that E1B1A is amongst them. It's estimated 10% of like Sephardic Jews are actually E1B1A. Similar estimates amongst Ashkenazi. So we do see E1B1A amongst modern Jewish groups. But I find it funny that this guy that has a problem with Ashkenazi when they have haplogroup G and stuff like that, and they do have P and stuff like that as well. But in his book, he accepts P as Israel. He accepts a lot of haplogroups as Israel. 90% of the earth is FM89 lineages outside of Africa. So we pretty much made FM89 and all his children Shemites as well. Almost everybody's Shemites according to you. But if we look at E1B1A, and a phone call is not evidence, people. That's just silly. A phone call is not evidence. You try to dress it up, it's still not evidence. Again, laughable at best. But the answer is this: yes, emphatically, yes, you do see E1B1A amongst these people groups known as the modern Jewish groups. It's clear as day. There's a couple. Look up the Iberian Jew. See, again, I'm giving you guys evidence. I'm giving you resources. This guy ain't giving you resources. This dude's giving you tales, and then give it. Oh, here's my book. I mean, that's circular reasoning. What's the evidence for my argument? Oh, it's in my book. Oh, it's my book. My words in my book. But if you want to see for yourself, you can all go to Family Tree DNA. Another website that you can go to is JewishDNA.net. And you can also see E1B1A amongst the clades that's been collected from modern Jewish groups, Mizrahi, Sephardi, Ashkenazi, so on and so forth. And you can clearly see that our clade EM2, well, I can't say our clade because this guy hasn't taken his DNA test, and he said his grandfather or his father's cousin took one, but that's your father's cousin. We need your direct paternal line or your DNA. So I can't say our. I don't know what this brother's DNA is. But, if you have haplogroup E, then I'm speaking to you, you can see that DNA there, E1B1A. You know what's interesting about that? You even see DNA with E1A and stuff like that amongst Jews. So yeah, those are the references. You can see it for yourself. You can see E1B1A amongst modern Jewish groups, and I mean, there's nothing really more to say to that. That's pretty clear.
How much time does he have, Zia?
120.
You got 120.
I yield there.
All right, so we can either do cross-examination or go to the next set of questions.
Let's keep going to the next question. I don't want to go into the wee hours of the night doing this.
Yeah.
When can we be able to cross-examine Yeshua more if he's willing to take more questions?
No, I take questions from the audience, and I really want to wrap this up.
Yeah, because I know you want to take more questions because I'm going to I'll expose you some more.
Bro, you're an idiot, bro.
No, let's try not to do shots at each other.
Okay, go ahead.
So the next question is: can descendants of Shem today look like, and can descendants of Jacob?
Up. Repeat that question, Avery, because you broke up.
Am I good right here? Hello?
Yeah, you good.
right here. You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Can descendants of Shem wait, hold on. Can descendants of Shem today look white, and can descendants of Japheth today look black? That's to Ron. 5 minutes, as always. Starting 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, so in my books,
What happened to him? Oh, there he is. Hold on.
Sorry, yeah. In my books, I talk about the children of Japheth. We know about Alexander the Great. We know about the Romans and the Greeks. We know about other different nations, such as the Ottoman Turks and Central Asians and people in Asia that descend from the various nations of Japheth. And they are children. They are people that predominantly have light skin or white skin. This has been recorded in history for over 1,000 years. However, according to Yeshua, the Pacific Islanders are Japheth. The people in North Sudan, the people that speak Arabic in its purity, in Darfur, Sudan, people in Australia, the people at Melanesia and Bougainville, and other areas in East Asia, Oceania, that have black skin, they are all the children of Japheth. Matter of fact, if they're all the children of Japheth, then I'm pretty sure that some of them in Southeast Asia, they're going to be the nations such as Gomer, Magog, Meshach, and Tubal, and Togarmah. They're going to come against the Israelites in the last days to destroy us, and Yah is going to destroy them because they are the children of Japheth. So maybe the Lemba Jews, maybe the people in Korton, Sudan, the people in Oceania that are the children of Japheth based on their haplogroup, they're going to come against the Israelites. What I teach is that the children of Japheth were a light-skinned race of people. I don't like to use the word white and black. From original stock, I would say the children of Japheth were people of light color, not like the people of Ham or the people of Shem. This is also recorded too that the people of Shem and the people of Ham had brown skin complexions, and this can be seen, as I said earlier, in the people in the Indus Valley regions that had the true connections to Mesopotamia and all the 5 different languages of the 5 sons of Shem. Despite the fact that Yeshua said the 5 sons of Shem are in Africa under the subclade E1B1B and E1B1A, including the Dogon tribe in Mali. They are also Israelites or Shemites. However, the people in Mali, the Tuaregs, they have the Y-DNA R1B, including the Fulani, including the Hausas in Nigeria. They are also the children of Japheth, even though they are descendants of the Alvamarids, which are people that were in the area of Morocco and the Spain and Portugal during the Moorish kingdom, them conquering these areas. So really when people have to look at the children of Japheth, we have to look at Western and Eastern Europe and the steppes going into Central Asia, going into Asia to the east. Not the people that he would say are the children of Japheth in South Asia and also in Africa that have the haplogroup R, which is part of the Japhetic branch, which he claims comes from CNN.
How much more time does he have, Zia?
2 minutes. 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
You got 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Or are you good?
No. So I got more to say. So basically, if we want to say that the people of Japheth are black, such as he said the CF haplogroup, which breaks down to many different haplogroups, then we have to look at the history of Gomer and Magog and Javan, which in our Bible is Greek, and also Hittim, which is the son of Javan, which corresponds to Rome or Cyprus, and then Togarmah, and all these other countries that are listed in our Bibles as being other nations from the north. However, according to what Yeshua says, these Japhetic nations are not in the north anymore. Mostly, a lot of them are actually in Africa. A lot of them are in India. Matter of fact, probably the majority of all the children of Japhet are in India, according to his haplogroup analysis, because they don't fall under the E haplogroup, so therefore they are not Shemites. They are not A and B, therefore they are not Hamites. Therefore, all the people in India are the children of Japhet. So the children of Japhet with the Greeks, and the Greeks, they invaded the children of Japhet. And the children of Japhet invaded and colonized the Pacific Islands. So we know the British and the Germans and other nations such as the Spanish, they invaded South Asia and the Polynesian islands. So you have the children of Japhet invading children of Japhet. When the Bible clearly states that God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem. And we know that the Israelites were people that were constantly downtrodden and oppressed and colonized by who? The other nations, including the children of Japheth. And so it's not a coincidence that we see in Oceania that the British and other nations colonized and conquered the Pacific Islanders and the people of Papua New Guinea and even Australia. However, these guys, according to him, are the children of Japheth. They are the ancient Romans. They are the ancient Greeks. They are the children of Gomer and Magog or Togarmah, who in Ezekiel 38 are going to one day get on some ships or some airplanes and fly over to Africa and America to destroy the people that have the E1B1A haplogroup and the E1B1B haplogroup.
How much time does he have for you?
That's it.
Okay, so the same question for you, Yeshu. What is it? Can descendants of Shem today look white, and can descendants of Japheth today look black? 5 minutes. Start the time, Zia.
Well, I mean, it goes back to this, right? I mentioned this earlier. All people groups start off quote unquote black, brown, or what have you. All people groups. Every one of us descend from a population that were brown before. So to answer the question, Japhites can be black. What was the other part of it?
Can Japhites today
Be black and the Shemites be white? Was that the question?
Yeah, that was the question.
Okay, so yes, Shemites can be white, and Japhites can be black. It's just this is something that happens through mutation of the skin lightening alleles that came in through certain European peoples and it spread. So if, for instance, if a group of E1B1A males went into a European locality and started to admix with the women there, their children would pick up those alleles and pick up those genes, and in subsequent populations will become light, but they're still descendants of E1B1A carriers. They will still be descendants of those males. According to our models, these will be all Shemites. They will still be Shem. So it has nothing to do with skin color. Skin color does not determine your ancestry. Your haplogroup does, which is being disregarded by Ronald here. So yes, if you look at populations like Cheddar Man, he would be a Japhite because he comes from CF. And we're using Josephus. When Josephus says the Proto-European, the first people to settle in Europe would be Japhet. And we see the early or basal I group in Scandinavia, Sardinia, and Central European areas as well, and Belgium. You see these groups there, and they also are dark skinned. You guys can look up the Oasi man. That's one of the early representatives of these people, and he was black. You can look up Cheddar Man. Cheddar Man was also a black or dark-skinned male with blue eyes. He had long, straight hair, so he didn't have much of a curl pattern, but he would be a dark-skinned or black person per se, So yes, Japhites can definitely be black. As a matter of fact, all of humanity started off dark-skinned. Then, through mutations and admixing, people became white. Shemites can be white as well because the same principle applies. They come in, they start mating with lighter skinned females, then their children are going to be lighter skinned. We see this to this day. I think he mentioned Blake Griffin. Drake, if you look at Drake's son looks like straight up Western European, blonde hair, very, very light skin. So yes, Shemites can definitely be white, and Japhites can definitely be black, and the reverse is true as well. Skin gradation doesn't make your ancestry. It's just the alleles that you pick up through admixing or through mutation, because that's how white skin first hit the planet. There's plenty of articles that talk about that, the evolution of white skin, and plenty of theories they try to postulate why that happened and when it happened, what group. Most likely the Caucasian hunter-gatherer group is what spread that when they took over and replaced the original autochthonous males of Europe through the Yamnayas. They spread it even more, and that's how we get white skin radiating throughout the earth. But that doesn't determine someone's ancestry. Just because someone's white doesn't tell you who they come from. The proof of that is you have an E1B1A individual they wrote an article about. I think the article I have a black for I think it's I have a black forefather. I'm a white E1B1A or something to that effect, and he's 99.7% European. But his paternal marker is E1B1A, and he traces his lineage back to a freed slave here in America. So again, all of his descendants have E1B1A, and they come from this man that is an ex-slave, but they are white and they look Western European in facial morphology and skin color. So yeah, Shem can be white and black, and Japhet can be white and black. All people groups can be. It's just skin gradation and a variegated look that we see across humanity. It's the experience we all share. So that's
John?
it. Yep.
And how much more time does he have, Zio?
Well, yeah, 10 seconds.
Okay. So we can do the cross-examination or go to the questions. Because someone actually has a question similar to that.
I'm ready for cross-examination if he's ready to get more information and expose. If he's not ready,
brother, you've already been exposed. Let's just keep getting. How many, Avery? How many more questions? Hold on, bro. You're an idiot, bro. You didn't give me any resources. No.
Let's,
hey, Avery, how many?
We'll do a
How many?
We'll do a cross-examination. Don't worry. We'll definitely do that.
Avery.
Don't flee. Don't flee.
Man, shut the fuck up, bro. Avery, how many more questions do we have, man?
There are a lot like that, man.
I'll beat you up, man.
You a what? You a what? Hold on, what you say?
I said there's a lot of more questions.
You heard me.
How many questions? Man, you ain't gonna do nothing to me but run your damn mouth, bro.
He's a Torah keeping Israelite on Genesis 49ers YouTube. He's the Israelite. Follow him.
Yeah, and I tell you, shut the fuck up again, bro. That don't mean nothing. I'm not over religious like you cats, bro.
Keep talking like that, bro. We gonna have problems.
Man, shut the fuck up too, dude. You shut the fuck up too. How about that? What you gonna do? Nothing, but run your fucking mouth, man.
The next question is actually kind of similar to the last one. Basically, it's like, what was the haplogroup and skin tone of Chatterman, and is he from Shem or Japheth? So that question is obviously first we go with Ron, and then with Yeshu. So again, what was the haplogroup and skin tone of Chatterman, and is he from Shem or Japheth? 5 minutes, starting now.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, yo, bro.
Hold on.
I'll let you back up here, bro, but don't interrupt. We already stated what the rules is. The rules is this is between Yeshu and Ron. If you're going to disrespect Yeshu, bro, stay down there. But if you're going to come up here, man, be quiet, listen, and then you can have your questions at the end, bro.
Yes. So people who are new to the room, I'm just going to reset. This is a debate, a discussion between Ron and Yeshu. They have questions sent to me in the back channel. Y'all can send me questions through the back channel if you have any for both people. And we'll try to get to your questions because I have a lot of other questions. But this is between them. Technically, it should only be them two up here, but I'm allowing y'all to be up here because when we're done, y'all can ask questions too, but not yet. Because I want to read them first before it gets into a shouting fest. So let's try to be cordial. Let's be respectful. We're all adults here. We're all learning, and so let's do that. Now, the question again is, what was the haplogroup and skin tone of Chatterman, and is he from Shem or Japheth? So you can go ahead and go, Ron, starting now.
Yeah, so the haplogroup of Chatterman would have been, I believe I2, which is either seen in the Macedonia Greek region or in the Scandinavian region up north. That's where usually the eyes are at. And maternal haplogroup was U5. According to Yeshu, that will make him a child of Japheth, just as the Tuaregs, the Hausa, the Fulani, and the Black Moors, and people in Oceania and India are also the children of Japheth, including the black Arabs in North Sudan, they are also the children of Japhet. Also, half of the Lemba Jews are also the children of Japhet, including the Somalians. The Somalians are also the children of Japhet as well as many people in East Africa, such as the Beja and the Afars and the Copts. They are also the children of Japhet, including a lot of people in Chad and Niger and Mali. They are also the children of Japhet from the land of the Gentiles. And they somehow left their land because somebody invaded their land, and they went to Oceania, they went to Africa, and they went to Arabia.
I'm pretty sure you got more time, but
okay, yeah. So I'll use my time because I want to prove this guy to be false.
Okay.
So when you look at,
oh yeah, you keep going if you got more time.
So yeah, when you look at my books, which is Hebrews, Negroes, Wake of Black America, it's 4 books on Amazon. Also, you can go to www.h2ntv.com and look at all the movies and which has the proof. Because obviously we can't show things on here and let you see the real proof. So in order to find out and investigate the language of the people in Samaria and the Babylonians and the Assyrians that wrote the cuneiform script, such as the Kish Temple in Iraq and the Ziggurats, you would see that the linguistic experts had to go and study and compare the language of the people in the Dravidian language speakers areas in South India. Also, to decipher and understand linear Elamite, they also had to use the Dravidian language of the people in India. Also, when they went to the Mitanni Empire, which is in Syria, they noticed that it was very similar to the Indo-Aryan language, such as Sanskrit, which is also based out of India. Anybody can Google the Mitanni Empire, Mitanni. It's in Syria, it's the ancient land of Syria, or Naharim, or Padat Naharim, or Aram Naharim. You can see that Aram is the biblical name for Syria, and that the people that speak Aramaic actually go down to the southwest part of India in Kerala, and you will see that they have a Judeo-Aramaic Malayalam language that has Aramaic and Hebrew in it. Also, Tamil, which is spoken in Tamil Nadu, has a lot of elements of Aramaic in it, as well as the ancient cuneiform phonetic variations of what they would speak in ancient Assyria and Babylon. If you also study the Luwian text in the land of Lud, which is one of the sons of Shem, you'll see that there's also a connection in the Indo-Aryan languages to the people of Lud that speak the Luwian language that were also living amongst the Hittite Empire in the land of Turkey or Anatolia or Asia Minor. But yet somehow he's saying that the children of Japhet are everybody in the Native American Indians, the Taino Indians, the North American Indians, those in South America, those in Oceania, those in people in India. They are all the children of Japhet, not the children of Shem, because the children of Shem, for some reason, they all left and went into Africa because they have the E haplogroup. They have the E haplogroup, and he did not confirm which people in the continent of Africa that have the E1B1A haplogroup or the E1B1B haplogroup are not the Israelites, but are in fact one of the 5 sons of Shem. He gave us one haplogroup, EM78, which nobody's going to say, well, is that Arphaxad? Is that Ashur? Is that Elam? Is it Aram? Is it Lud? Is it Ishmael? Is it Edom? Because he doesn't know. He gave you EM78, said, figure it out, you guys. I'm telling you, there are people that are not Israelites that have E1B1A because their DNA dates back to 15,000 BC, which predates any Sumerian, Egyptian, Nubian, Harappan, Chinese, any text on the planet Earth. He somehow knows this and can prove this, but yet he only gives us one haplogroup that proves that these people are not Israelites, even though they have E1B1A variant, E1B1B variant. And in fact, on top of that, the only people he can claim that are Israelites is the Yoruba tribe. That was the only tribe that he named out of all the tribes of Africa that he claims are Israelites because they have E1B1A. Does he not know that many other tribes in Africa, in East Africa, South Africa, North Africa, Central Africa, even in the different islands around Africa, even in the Comoros Islands, even in Madagascar, even in India, even in the Middle East that have E1B1A? Does he not know this? Because he doesn't know anything. And he laughs and giggles and says, oh, Ron, he's the guy from Fiji Contact who said they're Israelites, da-da-da-da-da. But in reality, because that proves that he knows he is. So thank you.
All right, and so Yeshub, it's the same question, I believe. Let's see. What was the haplogroup and skin tone of Chatterman, and is he from Shem or Japheth? Your time starts now.
Yeah, wow. Like this dude, did he answer it? I didn't even hear an answer it. He just went to doing
Yeah,
the
I said
jabber
IQ
jaw.
went through 5.
The
Hey, come on, man. Don't interrupt, cause then I'm gonna stop his time, and I'm gonna let him, and I'm gonna add 10 seconds.
You know how Jabberjaw is. Y'all seen that cartoon. But anyway, so Cheddar Man would have been haplogroup I, and he would have had dark skin. I pretty much said that in my last answer. It was within that. So yeah, all of the Mesolithic hunter gatherers would have had dark skin. You know what's crazy about this? We can go to scientific literature and find out this stuff. You can't go to scientific literature and show and prove that haplogroup P, K, and E1, B1A, and J1 go to the same ancestral male pool of people. You can't do that. Everything this guy's saying is nonsensical. I gave you guys real resources, not a book I wrote, with little to no external sources inside. Just my statements. I never did that. I can tell you exactly where to go. I do this on my channel all the time. But yeah, so all Mesolithic hunter gatherer groups would have been dark skinned. If you go before that, 40,000 years ago, they found an individual with haplogroup K in Romania inside of a cave, and they reconstructed his skeletal remains, and he's a dark skinned man with long black hair. He has brown skin. The Cro-Magnons, when they reconstruct the Cro-Magnons, would also be Proto-Europeans. You know, they would all be dark skinned as well. They reconstruct them. They look like Africans, dark skinned Africans, because the theory is that these people would have all been descendants of other Africans, which is in line with the Bible, because the Bible says that a basal population would have brought forth all humans, and these people would have clearly been dark skinned, because you can't get that genetic diversity from 3 white people. So, you know what I mean? You're not going to produce skin gradation from 3 white people. That's just implausible. So yeah, emphatically, Cheddar Man's population would have been black. He would have been black, and his haplogroup would have been I. And again, when you look at Mesolithic and Neolithic and Paleolithic, Upper Paleolithic Europe, all those individuals would have been black. In fact, you don't start seeing white skin radiating there, according to the geneticists, until around 7,000 years ago. That's the upper limit they give it, because that Cheddar Man fossil was found and dated to around 7,000 years ago. So they know that and it's not just Cheddar Man. It's actually, if you go to, I think, the United Kingdom Museum, and you go to the article about Cheddar Man, they talk about they've been knowing that for years, that these Mesolithic individuals were dark skinned. They found one in Ireland that was dark skinned as well. They sequenced the genome and found out it was dark skinned. So all these individuals would have been dark skinned at this time. So, from that standpoint, yes, he would have been dark skinned, and he had haplogroup I. Many of these basal Central Europeans had I as well. Actually, my next video is going to be dealing with this topic specifically with these early Proto-Europeans and what their genetic markers would have been, and I'm going to give examples on what they look like. You know what we do on my channel. We give sources. The guy Ronald, all he's doing is giving you hearsay. And, well, my book says, I wrote a sentence in my book, it must be true. I gave a phone call to this guy. He told me it was Israelite. It must be true. Just believe me. No, I don't rock like that. All you guys can look at my sources, analyze the data that I'm giving you. He can't give you a scientific paper or article to reconcile any of that stuff he was talking about, as far as identifying, P, K, and the other haplogroups, saying that these people descend from a common male ancestral group. That's just not going to work. But to recapitulate, Cheddar Man would be haplogroup I. He would have been heavily pigmented, according to the United Kingdom Museum. If you look up the article, it tells you that. And other individuals that he was related to, the Mesolithic Europeans, would have also been heavily pigmented and dark skinned, meaning the other I and basal I groups that were there, they would have been dark skinned. Cro-Magnons would have been dark skinned. And at one point, all humans were dark skinned until that mutation that brought in white skin, or skin lightening alleles, penetrated modern populations. So That's it on that. I'm just pretty much a wrap on that. And I also want to say this: affirmation. Just because someone makes a claim, it's not confirmation. And Ronald's been doing it all night, just making claims. That's not confirmation. All right.
All right. So the next question, still similar to the previous one, is haplogroup I from Shem or Japheth, and what language do most haplogroup I people speak today? So again, is haplogroup I from Shem or Japheth, and what language do most haplogroup I people speak today? This is for Ron, Dalton, and Yeshua only. 5 minutes starting now.
He wants to know what language the I people speak?
Yeah, today.
Oh, well, when you look at I2, you see I2
and if they're from Shem or Japheth. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. So,
start the time now, Zia.
Yeah, the I haplogroup, you see I1 in Scandinavia, Norway, Finland, Sweden. Those people there, they are the children of Japhet, obviously because they're in North, and obviously because they speak the Japhetic language families, which I talk about in my books, also my movies. Also, you look at I2, you see the I2 is also in Macedonia, Greece region, and all the Balkan areas that you see above Macedonia and Greece. And we know the Macedonians and the Greeks, they were white people. You look at the head bust, you look at a lot of the stories of Herodotus, Strabo, and all the Greek philosophers, including Josephus Flavius, who was a Greco-Roman convert to Judaism, including Maccabees, which I can prove that they are also Greek converts of the Hasmonean family that Hellenized Egypt and Israel at the time. This is the reason why we have so much of the G haplogroup seen in the Ashkenazi Sephardic Jews and Yavanic Jews that speak the Greek, Hebrew, Creole language called Yavanic. One of the things people have to understand is that when you look at the haplogroups that are in Europe, you'll see specific ones that are purely white, which is like I2 and I1. Also, when you look at G, any black person that has G in their haplogroup has some mixing with white people. Because Yeshua doesn't know how genetic haplogroups work, he's going to attribute RA, R1A, and R1B to be in Japhetic haplogroups based off the CF haplogroup and its branches. But we know that the Fulani, the Tuaregs, and the Hausa, even the Somalians, that they are not the children of Japhet. That doesn't make no sense when you do the research and study the history of the Fulani people and the Hausa people, the Tuareg people, and the Somalian people. We know that they're not the children of Japhet because they are the children of Japhet. Then we have to start looking at the Japhetic people's names in the Bible, such as Meshach, such as Gomer, such as Magog, such as Tyrus, such as Madai, Madai was also Greek. You also look at Javan and Kittim and Togarmah and Rephath and Ashkenaz and all these other Japhetic nations. We have to ask ourselves, well, are the Tuaregs, are the Hausas, are the Somalians, are all the people in India, are the people in Oceania and Bougainville and Papua New Guinea and Melanesia and Cook Island and Samoa and Fiji and Australia, are all these people that are black in skin complexion, that are speaking languages that are Afro-Asiatic and Semitic, are they really the children of Japhet? And why did the children of Japhet leave their land and go into different areas? And how come they're not white to this day? I mean, did they not get the certain allele and DNA that's supposed to make their skin turn white? And what is that DNA? If the Cro-Magnon man or the Neanderthal man was black, then where do we have white skin to this day? I mean, I thought that most of the times you look at the Denisovan man or the Neanderthal man, they depict him as being white with reddish blonde hair. So where in the world did the Cro-Magnon man or the Neanderthal man or Homo neanderthalis, how did he become a black man? And where did this white allele come from if the Cro-Magnon Neanderthal Denisovan man was already black? So we have to ask the question this, because we know the Cro-Magnon Neanderthal man or the Denisovan man went into Asia, and Europe. Well, how come the people in Europe today are not black if the Cro-Magnon Neanderthal man went into Europe and Asia? How come the Chinese are not black? How come the Western and Eastern Europeans are not black? So there's a lot of things that Yashub is saying just make no sense. I don't think he has any clue on genetics, but he's just babbling back and forth, giving us chitter chatter. And for those that are not logical thinkers and using critical thinking, they're going to be easily deceived by this guy and his channel, Genesis 49ers, because he says he quotes sources when I've been quoting sources since the day one. And even in my books and my movies, you'll see sources all day long, things that people can actually research for themselves and prove that it's correct. Like, again, that I said, he says that people in India, in South India, that have evidence of the Nubia Sea culture in their language, people that you can see in India, the Sanskrit, that you can see people speaking this corrupted Sanskrit in North Cameroon, and all these, it's just amazing how this guy is labeling people under the branch of Japhet, which has CF, HIJK, elemental P, QRS, TUV, S, all these different branches. They're all the children of Japhet with multiple different letter haplogroups, but only the children of Shem and the Israelites are only E, one haplogroup. How can the Israelites be any other haplogroup? Then he said Ham is A, and A became B, and B became C, and C became D. That's not how DNA works. He cannot tell us who are the sons of Ham in Africa in terms of the 4 sons of Ham. He can only tell us that A is the Ham. So am I done? I got more time?
No, your time is over unless you want to summarize.
Can you hear me?
Summarize your thoughts.
Yeah. So
hello.
From what I just said in the beginning of the question, the I haplogroup, they speak the Japhetic language families, and like I said earlier, the people in India and the people, the Tuaregs, the Somalians, the Fulanis, they don't speak the Indo-Japhetic family languages, which is correct, which is not correct in terms of what he's saying that they are children of Japhet.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're good, Avery.
Okay, because I was kind of lagging. I had to leave. But yeah, same question for Yeshu. No, that's not it. Is haplogroup I from Shem or Japheth, and what language do most haplogroup I people speak today?
All right. So again, if you have a haplogroup, you go back to a common ancestral population. There's no way around it. That's how genetics works, Ronald. The way that you're finagling genetics, you can't find one scientific paper that says that, oh, you can be haplogroup I, and you can also be related to haplogroup E and go back to the same man. No. Just like in your book, which you also teach about aliens, and I don't understand what you're talking about, the Han Dynasty and aliens. Anyway, you're all over the place in your book. And you say J1 is Ishmael, and I'm going to keep sticking with this point because no geneticist would agree with this, that J1 could be Ishmael, which is a descendant of Abraham, and E1, B1A be Jacob and be a descendant of Abraham. They can't have 2 separate haplogroups. That's not genetics. Nobody in the field of genetics would agree with that. Ronald, that's improper methodology, and I can't even call it methodology because it's an insult to anybody that employs methodology. All right? So, hey, restate the question, Avery. I had to clear that up real quick. Restate the question for me, brother.
All right, so basically the question is haplogroup I from Shem or Japheth, and what language do most haplogroup I people speak today?
Okay, the language that they speak would be Germanic languages, especially the ones that live in Scandinavia. Secondly, that's what they speak in modern day population groups. And again, just because someone speaks a language, again, we all speak Indo-European, a branch of Indo-European, which is English. That doesn't mean that we are the originators of English or Indo-European, or we come from the original ancestral population that first propagated that language. That's just silly. Again, no scientist would agree with that way of thinking. So they would speak Germanic languages. Secondly, haplogroup I and J would definitely be Japhet. That's the only way you can harmonize it, because you said out of your own mouth, oh, those people are Japhet. Okay, if those people are Japhet, then their brother would be Japhet, because they descend from the same male group, Ronald. If I is Japhet, then J is Japhet. That's the brother of I. They descend from IJ. And if IJ is Japhet, then IJK is Japhet. And if IJK is Japhet, Ronald, then HIJK would be Japhet, because they all descend from the same common male ancestral group. And that's what we're looking at in the Bible. We're seeing males with Y chromosomes having children and repopulating the earth. And if HIJK is Japhet, then also GHIJK would be Japhet, and FM89 would be Japhet, and then CF would be Japhet as well, because CF produced CNF, and C would be Japhet as well. He said out of his own mouth that these people would be Japhet. He said it. Oh, haplogroup I, yeah, of course they're Japhet. They're in the north. Okay, if they're Japhet, and if we follow phylogeny, Ronald, that's how you correctly look at DNA. You can see if they have this. Again, I have to recapitulate this again for the audience sake, because somebody's getting educated tonight. Haplogroup I, if you have haplogroup I, you come from the same ancestral male group. Okay? So they can't be, this haplogroup I is Shem and this haplogroup I is Japhet. No, they all have to come from the same archfather. That's consanguinity. That's a genetic term right there. Consanguinity. Write that down. Notate that, Ronald. That means you share a common ancestor. And we can see that with the basal I groups, all of the I2, I1 groups going back to basal I, then they go back to IJ, and they go back on and on and on, all the way back to FM89. They share the same ancestors. So emphatically, they would be Japhet. Why? Because we use Josephus. Josephus says the Proto-Europeans would have been Japhites, and we have proof that haplogroup I, and I'm doing a video on this on Genesis 49ers soon. I was supposed to come out tonight, but this happened. So I apologize to anybody that was looking forward to that. Haplogroup I, we find many of haplogroup I in the Upper Paleolithic. That's about around 30,000 years ago. These were one of the first early European populations. We see them there. And according to Josephus, these people will be Japhites. And if haplogroup I will be Japhites, J will be Japhites. All of FM89 will be Japhites. Because the early Europeans also are haplogroup C. We see C there. Okay, we see K there. We see G2A there. We see all of these lineages there. So that would mean the whole, like he said, the Chinese, the O, haplogroup O, that will be Japhet as well. All of these people will be Japhet because they share a common male ancestor. What is Japhet? A male. How do we trace his ancestry? Through his Y chromosome.
All right. So, hold on. All right, so I'll let Ron ask a question real quick, a quick one, and then we can go back to the questions. Basically, the question is breaking down haplogroup 1 and Ishmael. Like, how is Ishmael haplogroup 1? I'll let Ron deal with that.
J1, you mean?
Yeah, J1. I'm kind of doing other stuff in the background while I'm trying to do this, but yeah. How is haplogroup J1 Ishmael? This is one directed for him.
Yes, notice how he's relating that. I'm going to answer that question that H is related to I and I is related.
But make sure the timer starts zero, by the way. 5 minutes.
Yeah. He knows that H is related to I, and I is related to J, and J is related to K is related to L, and all that stuff. And that's how he assumes and teaches everybody that all these other brown-skinned nations in India and Oceania, that they're all the descendants of Japhet, including the black Arabs in Kurdistan, Sudan, and the black Bedouins and the black Arabs in Yemen and Saudi Arabia, and the Gulf of Israel and Jordan. They're all black, but yet he says the children of Japhet. If his logic is true, that means that if we have the maternal DNA haplogroup L3, which exists in the continent of Africa, and we know that the children of the continent of Africa with the haplogroup E or E1B1B, if haplogroup, then I would assume he's admitting that these people with the L3 haplogroup, that they are also Shemites or children of Israel. So the L3 haplogroup should be connected to the Israelites as well, since it's seen in the continent of Africa with people that are all Shemites, that are Shemites or Israelites. But when you look at L3 and how it branches and descends down to, C and D and other haplogroups such as M, but that would mean that people that have maternal DNA with C and D, which stem from L3, they should also be children of Israel or Shemites. If we're following the same guidelines for paternal-wide DNA haplogroups with the maternal DNA haplogroups. But let me go back to what J1, because he's saying that J1 is the children of Japheth. Now, this is the funny thing. The highest populations of the people that have Y DNA J1 are people that speak the Arabic language. Before they spoke the Arabic language, they spoke the Kufic language and the Hijazi language in Yemen, the Kufic language in Iraq. The black Bedouins you see in Israel, Negev, the black Bedouins in Jordan, the black Bedouins in Sinai Peninsula, the black Bedouins in Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, Oman, and all these other areas, Yemen, even Socotra, the island off the coast of Yemen, they all have they have the predominant Y DNA J1. Some of them even have the basal haplogroup. I think it's J204. Now, the question is, if Arabia started off as a land of Shem, we all can Google the territories of the sons of Shem, and we see that Shem is in Mesopotamia, also in Arabia. We know this. We know that the Arabians stands for the Arabs. We know that Ishmael's mother was Hagar the Egyptian, and Ishmael took a wife out of Egypt who was also Egyptian. So we know that the children and the princes of Ishmael are black. We know that the children of Ishmael and the children of Keturah became known as the Arabs, the mingled people, the mixed people in the book of Jubilees and the book of Yasher. So this is the reason where we get this term Arab from. And then eventually the Arabic language, which is basically an offshoot of Aramaic and Hebrew. A lot of the Bedouins in Negev and Jordan, they could speak Hebrew Aramaic dialect mix. They themselves, you look at Stephen Graham. Stephen Graham is a United Kingdom filmmaker. He's been to Saudi Arabia and Negev in Israel and Ethiopia and the Middle East. He's actually talked to people of the Bedouin tribes, and he knows that they told him personally that they've been there for thousands of years before the Ottoman Turks got there, before the British got there, before the Palestinians got there, before the Jews got there, that they are the children of Abraham. They're the children of Abraham, and you test their DNA of these Bedouin people, and you see J1. You see J1. You say, well, that's interesting. Let's go to the other Bedouins in different places, of the different tribes that they have. They also are J1. Now, in history, what do we see? Because we know history is real. History shows us that after the birth of Islam, that the Muslim caliphates entered into Levant to conquer the holy sites, Mecca, Medina, and Jerusalem. And this is exactly what they did after defeating the Romans during the 700 AD, during the beginning of the Crusades. They didn't stop there. The black Arabs, because the original Arabs were black, they migrated to North Africa, taking over North Africa, Egypt, and then also going down into Sudan, the northern part of Sudan, kicking out the original people of Sudan, which was the Nilots, that had three major kingdoms. They relate themselves to the people you see in South Sudan now, like the Dinka, the Anahuac, the Shilluk, that speak the most closest language to the old Nubian language of the Kushites. Now, the people in Khartoum, Sudan, they speak perfect Arabic. They all have the Y-DNA J1, which is uniform. They all have the uniform language. They all have the religion of Islam, which we know birthed out of Arabia, and they have evidence that they are the children of Ishmael through Abraham that we can see clear as day. Now, we know that the Arabs also had concubines from the other side of the Mediterranean Sea through the Barbary slave trade. We know about the Arab Khazar Wars, which introduced J1.
Sum up that last sentence.
Okay, let's summarize it. So how in the world can the black Arabs in Khartoum, Sudan, that have all the oral history, they have all the migration history, they have the traditions and customs, they have the linguistic history, they have everything under the sun that points to Ishmael and the original black Arabs. How in the world can they be the children of Japhet? This guy's crazy, quacky, DNA haplogroup, logical thinking.
All right.
He's not using it. No.
All right, so I can let Yeshu cross-examine that, or I can go to the next question. Is he here?
Well, I have to answer the question, and I'll just clarify that. What was the question again?
No, well, that question was for him, but because someone has sent that for him explicitly. But I guess I can give it to you as well, so we can hear your thoughts. Basically, break down J1 and Ishmael. Break that down.
Well, that's silly because J1 has nothing to do with Ishmael. Many of these J1 markers that come into the Levant and began to invade in the Levant. We know when they came in. They came in during the Bronze Age. They wasn't there prior to J1 there. You had a bunch of E-markers there. You had a bunch of E-markers in these areas that they are, almost predominant in today. All you're describing is the Arabicization of these people. These people absorbed and adopted the language. You come in and kill the males, have children with the women. The women are going to teach the children the culture and the language, because women usually spend majority of the time with the children. If you look at any elite dominance model, that you pretty much are going to see that, especially when you're going in and you're invading other people and you're taking their women and you're having children with them. That's what we see with J1. That happened around the Bronze Age. We see this with the Hurrians carrying J1. We know the Hurrians were J1 because in those Canaanite burials they identified them as Hurrians and they had J1. These people are not Shemites. These people come from outside of these territories and they come in and introgress and invade. We can see through ancient DNA. The oldest J1P58 marker that we find is in the Caucasus. That's where their stomping ground was. Not in Arabia, in the Caucasus. And we can establish that with actual specimens. He's not giving you actual specimens. He just giving you a bunch of crazy talk and made up jargon. This is called pontificating. This is what he's doing this whole time. I'm giving you actual evidence. 13,000-year-old skeletal remain with J1P58. It was found in Georgia, in the Caucasus. So you see this population coming in and introgressing into the Levant and surrounding areas and beginning to invade, kill off the males, and take the women. There's many studies on this. You can study the Hurrian populations yourself, and you can see when they came into the Levant. It matches when J1 came into the Levant, and we have a positive ID on these people because we can see the DNA introgressing during the Bronze Age, and we can see the DNA in the Canaanite burials. So if you look up the Canaanite burials right now, Times of Israel, and you can find articles about the Canaanite burials, they give you the DNA and they give you who these people are. They are related to Hurrians. Hurrians are Japhites, not Ishmaelites. So they just came in and invaded. Again, anybody can have a story or tale. Like I said, you have the Jenga people saying that they come from mermaids. Does that automatically make it true? Well, maybe Ron's next book, he would talk about that and say, well, there is some truth to that because these people say they come from mermaids, so they must be half merman and mermail. Like, come on, bro. We gotta use some logic and reasoning. You're not even doing that. Critical thinking, when have you done that? Everything you're saying is irrational because when we look at the phylogenetic tree, we can see how these people descend down the phylogenetic tree. Okay? This is not hard. I'm going to read some literature here now because I wish this was a platform we could share the screen and you guys can clearly see this. But this is from George L. von Drein's work, Ethno-Linguistic Prehistory. Okay? Page number 156. And I'm just going to read this to clarify what I've been saying this whole entire time about how haplogroups work, the line of descent works, these people sharing a male group, a common ancestral male group. So, no, J would definitely not be Ishmael. They weren't even in the Levant until recently. They're not a part of the proto-populations of the Levant. They have nothing to do with Abraham. But these J markers are found in the Caucasus. So I'm reading this on page 156. It says, Y chromosomal clade IJK split into the paternal lineage IJ. So just as I stated before, this is how true phylogeny works. This is how genetics works. You have these group of males that have this mutation or have this marker IJK, and through them, IJ comes from them. So their descendants in subsequent populations would carry IJ. Then when they have children, those descendants will be either I or J as they mutate, right? So we'll read on. It says, which headed westward in the lineage K, which remained in South and Southeast Asia. The lineage IJ split into Y chromosomal subclades, and J M304, the subclade I, was born into Europe, born as BORNE, meaning carried into Europe. This is why you see Cheddar Man with I. Okay? So this was carried into Europe. And it says has survived as a...
most I can do for you is let you sum up all that in one last sentence.
So the summation is this: J1 has nothing to do with Ishmael. It wasn't even in the locality of Ishmael in ancient times when Ishmael would have lived. It was introgressed in by the ancestors of Ishmael. Let me correct that. The progenitors. It wasn't even there. It was introgressed in by Hurrian invaders, and they were bringing in the J marker, and they was absorbing and adopting the cultures of the Shemites. That's why you see J markers claiming to be Ishmael or speaking Arabic. They're being Arabicized, just like you and I speak English. That doesn't mean we go back to the progenitors of the English language or the progenitors of the Indo-European language. That's a very silly and childish argument.
All right. So we have another question, but it's kind of similar to the last one. But basically, it's like white Arabs and white Jews have haplogroup J. Are they also Ishmaelites and Israelites? It's kind of similar, but I was just let Ron go ahead and answer that one and shoot. 5 minutes. Start the time. Zia.
Yeah, you ready?
Yeah. Start the time, Zia.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's basically saying that if you look at a lot of the research that he's saying he's done, he can talk about the Levant and the land of Lebanon, and he can talk about the Hurrians and all this stuff, assuming that he probably believes the people in Lebanon are the original Canaanites, even though they don't have the haplogroup A or the haplogroup B. So then we have to ask ourselves, well, who in the world are these people in the land of Canaan if they don't have these haplogroups A and B, which are connected to the Hamites? So then what you got to look at the fact that when you look at history tells us that in the land of Lebanon, that there were many different invasions during the Crusades, from the Italians, from the Greeks, from the Romans, from the Ottoman Turks, and other different European nations. This is the reason why many Lebanese people, they speak French, and they also speak Arabic. They are Christians, they're either Jews or either Islam followers. And they have multiple different haplogroups that are similar, almost identical to the Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardic Jews, the white Arabs, and anybody else that's claiming themselves to be in Arab lands or North African lands, but claim different genealogies and ethnicities because they live in that land. But one of the things we have to look at is that the black Arabs, when they went into North Africa, when they conquered the part of Israel and they went back and forth with the Crusades, even when they tried to spread Islam into Europe, they had to go through the Caucasus region. So if you research the Arab Khazar Wars 1 and 2, see, I do the research. I've done many research since 2010. He has not. Look at the year of his channel on YouTube and see how long he's been talking about DNA. Has he written any books? Has he done any movies? No, he has not. So when you look at the Arab Khazar Wars, you see that if you research the history of the Arab Khazar Wars, the black Arabs went trying to spread Islamization into Central Asia and Europe, but they got stopped by the Khazars, who are a mighty nation of white people from Central Asia. To stop the fighting back and forth, they basically called a truce and settled it with intermarriage of some of the people with some of the daughters of the land. Hence you now see intermarriages, which introduces the J1 into areas such as Dagestan and Georgia, also into North Africa. We know that the J1 is seen in Arabia, it's seen in Yemen, it's seen in Qatar, it's seen in Oman, it's seen in United Arab Emirates, it's seen in Socotra, it's even seen in India. This shows the spread of Islamization with the East African slave trade and the Arab traders across the Indian Ocean all the way to India and also into the Middle East and other areas that I described those earlier. Now, the Arabs we know also went into the Levant area, and they also went to North Africa. Hence the reason why we see Berbers that are in North Africa that can look like light-skinned black people. Some of them can look white, and some of them can look black. Hence the Tuaregs that are in that area and the people that are in Morocco that are black. Now, when you look at the Barbary slave trade and how the black Arabs that you can see on ancient pictures, oil paintings, when the black Arabs had all these concubines and they were half naked white women in the pool bathing, and they was walking with them and they're butt naked and they're having sex with all these white women. They were taken from the other side of the Mediterranean Sea as their concubines. This is how you introduce a population of white people to the J1, because remember, if the black Arabs go and get slaves from across the other side of the sea, the Mediterranean Sea, and they have sex with these white women, then the white women have a half-breed baby, and they just like leave and go somewhere else. So the black Arabs say, okay, we're done with you guys. We're about to go somewhere else. Then you're going to see that throughout time, these children are going to eventually marry white, and you're going to see the J1 haplogroup seen in the white Arabs, including white Jews that stayed around in that area, because the Khazars and other nations such as the Greeks and Romans, they all invaded into the Levant region. And when the Second Temple was destroyed with the sack of Jerusalem, when the Romans, they had to flee somewhere. Where did they flee to? They fled to the Balkans, they fled to Asia, they fled to North Africa, they fled to the Middle East. This is where you had the Mizrahi Jews, you had the Sephardic Jews, and you had the Ashkenazi Jews. And when you look at the Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardic Jews, and Mizrahi Jews, including just Arabs that are Christians and Arabs that are of other religions, you'll see, even Chaldeans, you'll see that their Y DNA haplogroup is about 6 or 7 different haplogroups. But wait a minute, how can the Jews today that claim to be the descendants of Jacob, how can they have 7 fraternal haplogroups, many of which, according to Yathru, corresponds to the Japhetic people? If he's saying that the E1B1B is Shemitic, then what about the Ashkenazi Sephardic Jews and Mizrahi Jews that have R1A, R1B, G, I, J2, J1? I guess they're all Japhetic too. So you look at the Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews, according to their mix of different Y DNA haplogroups of many different fathers. We know the Israelites are supposed to keep their pedigree after their father's house. Then we conclude that under the overall haplogroup, the Sephardic Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, and Mizrahi Jews, because is only a 12%, that
You got one sentence to sum all that up.
Are the children of Japheth. So again, when we look at the Ishmaelites coming from what he claims to be Japhet, that makes no sense when you look at real history. Real history debunks what he says in regards to the Ishmaelites originating from Georgia and the Caucasus region. I would like to know what original mother tongue would the black Arabs originally speaking before they spoke Arabic.
All right, so Yeshu, you can answer Ron's question, but also the same question applies to you. White Arabs and white Jews have haplogroup J. Are they also Ishmaelites and Israelites? And still answer that same question that Ron had.
No, they're not.
And,
they're,
start the time, Zia.
No. J markers would not be Israelites. And just because you have a hodgepodge of people that claim the same ethnic group or clan or whatever, that doesn't mean they go back to an ancestral group. That they don't. That's what the haplogroups are telling you. You're ignoring haplogroups. You're ignoring genetics. Okay? You're ignoring it because you have to ignore it to make your fantasy work. African Americans, for example, we're like 60% E1B1A. We're like 25% R1. R1B. So, and then we have some A and some B and some E1B1B. We're not all the same. Some of us are even I. Some brothers on this app with haplogroup I. So just because you find a variegation of haplogroups amongst a group of people that are socially identified as the same does not mean they go back to an ancestral group or descend from the same male. No, that means that you have a group of people that absorbed other paternal lineages. How did African Americans do it? Because some white males or some Europeans had sex with slaves. It's simple. And they had descendants. And they got R1. They passed their R1B Y chromosome down. That's the only way you can pass a haplogroup down. That's the only way to transmit it. It's through reproduction. Okay? So just because you have a group of individuals that have a variegation of haplogroups, like you mentioned a Tuareg, they may have a variegation of haplogroups. Some of E1B1A, E1B1B, I know U174 is amongst them. And they may have T, they may have R. The Fulani, they have R amongst them. Yeah, that just means they absorbed other paternal lineages into that clan. That's not hard. That's not hard at all. So, again, to answer the question, if a Jewish person has J, he would go back to that ancestor, J1P58 in the Caucasus. That's a skeletal remain. There's no way around that. Anyone that can look that up, the oldest J1P58 was found in the Caucasus. That has nothing to do with the Shemites. Okay, and these people would have spoken the languages of those regions at first. They would have spoken Hurrian dialect. Okay, they would have spoke those type of languages. They came in later when they introgressed into the Middle East, introgressed into the Levant, and absorbed the Afro-Asiatic languages from the E markers. They were the original carriers of those languages. They were the original people that began to propagate Proto-Afro-Asiatic. So, no, they would be, we could see according to their haplogroup, they would go back to J. And again, as I've been saying all night, and I just read literature to you from Von Dreim, that J descends from IJ descends from IJK, and they descend from HIJK. That's a different line of descent from us. It goes to F and CF. Our lineage, when we're dealing with haplogroup E, goes all the way to EM96, which goes to the parahaplogroup DE. It's a separate lineage. And again, we assign that lineage to Shem because we use source populations as a Kayad and the Natufians being the Proto-Shemites or early Shemites. Right? Again, I'm giving you guys base populations. So again, to recapitulate, the people with the J markers would definitely be Japhet because they are related to the Proto-Europeans. As I established earlier in this argument, it's getting monotonous at this point. And no, they can't be Israelites because we will all have to have what's called consanguinity, meaning we go back to the same male ancestor, meaning we'll have to share the same haplogroup. That's solid science. What Ronald is giving you is some bibbidi boo stuff that can't even comport with science. He can't give me one scientific article to back up any of that garbage that he's talking. Show me one scientific article that says you can have a variegation of haplogroups or paternal haplogroups and descend from the same man. Show me one. As I just read from the literature, we can see the succession of these people and what their markers would be and where it came from. There's no way around it. That's solid science and a solid methodology. So following that line of reasoning, people with G, people with J, people with R, they could not descend from the same ancestor. It's just that simple. You can't have someone haplogroup G or haplogroup J have the same male ancestor as someone with haplogroup E. There's no way to reconcile that, but this guy put it in his book, and I guess since he wrote it down in the book, it makes it official.
All right. So the next question's a bit similar to the last one, but at the same time kind of different. It says, how is Ishmael haplogroup J and Israel haplogroup E? That is for Ron Dalton and Yeshub only. For those who are new to this room, this is a debate between Yeshub and Ron. They have 5 minutes each. No interruptions. At the end, we might let a few y'all even ask questions and possibly have a vote on who won. But again, that question is, how is Ishmael haplogroup J and Israel haplogroup E? Restarting in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, that is for Ron Dalton, by the way. It's always first.
Yeah, that's very easy. How can the African pygmies have haplogroup B and also have people that have the haplogroup A and they descend from their father Ham? So the African pygmies have haplogroup B, and the Nilots in South Sudan have haplogroup A. They have two different haplogroups, but they descend from the same man. He said that you can't have various haplogroups and descend from the same man. However, how is it that people that have haplogroup G and H and I and J and K and M and N and O, how can they all descend from the same man? He's saying that they can't descend from the same man. But yet he says that haplogroup E is all the children of Shem. We know that Shem had 5 sons, but we know that Shem had many branches, like the children of Joktan, the children of Terah, the children of Esau, the children of Ishmael, the children of Keturah, the children of Israel. He's given them all one haplogroup E, but he's given the people of Japhet many different haplogroups. They don't just have one haplogroup C or maybe even C or F. No, they have H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S. We can just go through the whole alphabet. They had about 8 or 9 different letter haplogroups, but yeah, he says they all descend from Japhet. So he's actually contradicting himself. Even when he looks at it, he says, you see, C and F is the ancestor of H, I, J, K, and K is the ancestor of M, N, N, O, P, Q, R, L, and T. Well, then if we look on the opposite spectrum of not just the paternal haplogroup, but the maternal haplogroup from the mother, let's see if it works on that side. So if L3 is only seen in Africa, and in Africa we see And if in Africa we see only the sons of Shem under the E, and most of the people that have the E1B1A have L3, then that means that L3 should be a Shemitic maternal DNA haplogroup. Well, L3 is the ancestor of M, and M is the ancestor of of C and D, and also M. So the people that have the maternal DNA haplogroup M and also C and D, are they also Shemitic women? Were they birthed by Shemitic women to have Shemitic sons? We have to start to really cross-analyze what he's saying, because if we really pay attention to what he's saying, he's not making any sense. It's very easy to look and see, okay, who are the people today that say they are descendants of the ancient Egyptians and Cushites? If you look at the Luo tribe in Kenya and scattered throughout Africa, you'll see that they themselves say that we are the descendants of the kings and pharaohs of ancient Egypt and also Nubia or Kush. You look at the Somalians, they have evidence to prove that they are descendants of the ancient Egyptians. But yet they have E1B1B, the Luo tribe is E1B1B, they have other haplogroups such as EM75, and they also have haplogroups such as A, but the majority of haplogroup can be seen as E1B1B. But the Luo tribe, people say, no, we're not Israelites. We're not descendants of the 5 sons of Shem. We are the ancestors of the indigenous people of Egypt and Nubia. We are Nilo-Saharan speakers. We are the ancient people of ancient Egypt and ancient Nubia. The Kikuyu, the Abugusi, the Kamba, the Maru, the Luya, all these other Bantu nations in Kenya, they're not going to argue with the Luo and say, no, you guys are Israelites. You guys are Israelites. The majority of the people that study these languages, including Sheikh Anta Diop, they know that the ancient Egyptian language is seen in the Luo or Kodi-speaking people in Kenya and other areas in East Africa. Matter of fact, their oral history says that they came from Egypt and migrated further down the Nile to the areas they are at now. The same thing with the Dinka tribe and the Anuak and the Shillik tribe. The same thing with the African Pygmies. But yet he continuously says, oh, how can you have multiple different haplogroup letters but be all from the same man? Well, there's 4 sons of Ham. He gave us 2, A and B. We're the children of Put. We're the children of Mitzrayim. Are the African Pygmies that have the haplogroup B, are they the original Egyptians? Are they the original Putites? Who are the Cushites? Who are the Canaanites? Where are they at? If they're only under the haplogroup A and B, Y DNA, then who in the world are the people in Lebanon? Because the people in Lebanon, they don't have the Y DNA A or B to connect them to the lineage of Ham or the Canaanites. So he's making no sense when he's talking. If people really pay attention to what he's saying, he's basically telling you that if your forefather is Japheth, you cannot have anything other than one haplogroup. But we know that C and F breaks down to about 8 or 9 different other haplogroups for letters. So if that's the case, then why can't the children of Israel or even Ishmael or Edomites have more than one different letter haplogroup? Only. If you're not E, you're not Shem. If you're not E, you're not an Israelite. If you're not E, you're not an Edomite. But yet he cannot tell us who in the continent of Africa are Edomites, who are Ishmaelites, who are Keturaites, who are Joktanites, and who are in Africa. Because he doesn't have the information because he's unlearned.
All right, so that's basically the same question for Yeshua. How is Ishmael haplogroup J and Israel haplogroup E? 5 minutes, and we start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hey, rephrase that question one more time.
Oh, my bad. How is Ishmael haplogroup J and Israel haplogroup E? And we start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, this is the same question over again. Like, he didn't even attempt. He was like, oh, well, anybody can see what was stated earlier. You can't be from the CF lineage and have a haplogroup from the CF lineage like P and be related to E. That's been my argument all night, and he garbled that on purpose because this is a disingenuous guy. You guys asked him, what's the Israelite marker? And he wasn't even honest enough to tell you that he believes that there's multiple Israelite markers that, come from different separate lineages that have separate ancestral fathers, like haplogroup P and H that go back to CF. And he's just going to ignore that and act as if he don't teach that, but it's in his book and he shows that. That is not congruent with genetics. He will not find one scientific article that would agree with him or one geneticist that will agree with him. This guy has no business talking about DNA, and it's clear. Now, to answer the question, J is not Ishmael. You can't have J be Ishmael and E be Jacob, because again, as I've been explaining all night, if Abraham has a Y chromosome, he only has one. And see, he's not going to discuss this or break this down or even attempt to explain it because he can't. If Abraham has haplogroup E, his children will have the same haplogroup. Okay? Isaac would have the haplogroup E. Ishmael will have the haplogroup. Isaac's child would have E because he got it from Abraham. And Jacob would have haplogroup E because, again, you would have the same Y chromosome. It's not going to magically turn to J1, Ronald. It's funny that you didn't even try to even explain how that works. You went to modern population. Well, modern people say this. Again, you have a group of Africans saying they come from mermaids. Just because someone claims they come from somewhere is not evidence. That's why it's called anecdotal. Anybody can make a claim, Ronald. Anybody. That's not science. Again, if we're going to employ the scientific method here, you give us your hypothesis, then you give us the evidence supporting your hypothesis. You just telling me what people say. Modern people believe a lot of stuff. If that's the case, we're going off what people believe and what they say. What about British Israelitism? I guess because they claim to be Israelites, I guess they're automatically Israelites, huh? Because they said so. So the answer is emphatically no. You can't have J be Ishmael, and you can't have Israel be E. That makes no sense at all. Just like you can't have Israel be E, P, H, R, K, or whatever haplogroup he wants to assign to Israel, because they would have to come from a male ancestor that has one Y chromosome, one haplogroup, and we designate the haplogroup as E. You got to pick one haplogroup, okay, when you're dealing with these ancestors. When I say one, I'm talking about one haplogroup or a macro haplogroup, which can also descend from DE, since you want to try to be a smart aleck on that last one. But DE lineages are not going to spit out CF clades. That has never been observed in history. A DE lineage is not going to spit out haplogroup P. You know, I got EU290. When I have my child is not going to magically, a male child is not going to magically be haplogroup K or J1 in his example, because he thinks Ishmael was J1. That means Abraham had to be J1. You got to pick one. He can't be E and J1. He has to be one of those haplogroups. So if Abraham's haplogroup E, Isaac will be haplogroup E, Jacob will be haplogroup E, Ishmael will be haplogroup E, Esau will be haplogroup E. All of them would share the same one because they share the same common male ancestor. Again, it's consanguinity all over again. I'm basically repeating myself every answer. It's just getting monotonous at this point. This dude has no scientific bone in his body, man, or no understanding of scientific literature. Please provide us with a scientific article that can even reconcile any of the claim that you made tonight. I mean, it's just silly at this point. No. You cannot have one man produce two boys, and both of those boys have separate haplogroups, like J1 and E, when they don't even relate or correlate with each other. As he has said earlier, the Scandinavian people are Japhet. If I is Scandinavian, what's their brother clade to I? J. Anyone can look that up right now. Type in your phone. Go on Google. Type in the brother clade or sister clade to J. It's going to be haplogroup I. And then look at the ancestor.
Time. All right. So the next question is...
Hey, Avery, can you take over the time? Because I got to step out for a minute.
Okay, yeah. So the next question is, who are Caucasus hunter-gatherers academically, and who are they biblically? That is for Ron and Yeshu only. 5 minutes, and you can start in 3, 2, 1, go. I can repeat the question again if you didn't hear it. But who
No, I know. I get the question.
Okay,
the Caucasus
so starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, the Caucasus hunter-gatherers. If you look at the North Caucasus region, the South Caucasus region, They are the children of Japheth. I mean, that's very clear. I mean, I don't know how to expound on that, because if you look at the DNA haplogroups that you see in the Caucasus region and how it matches up to Central Asia and Khazaria and some of the areas in Russia, also in Eastern Europe, you will see that the people throughout history, even their culture, they weren't labeled to be black people. They were labeled to be Africoid people that speaking ancient Canaanite Phoenician language, or the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic language, or the Libico Berber language that was spoken. Semitic language, such as the ancient Akkadian or the ancient Sumerian or Aramaic. We know that the original people in these lands were people of lighter skin tones, or white people. Therefore, they were the children of Japheth. One of the things we have to pay attention to is that if we go off the fact that you can't, having multiple haplogroups is impossible to all descend from one person. Well, if that's the case, then everybody on the planet Earth should all have the same haplogroup. It means that if we say that Noah is haplogroup A, then Ham, Shem, and Japheth should also be haplogroup A. If Shem is haplogroup E, and everybody in his lineage, including Lud and Aram and Arphaxad and Ashur and Elam, they're also haplogroup E, including the Israelites, including the Ishmaelites, including the Edomites, then we should say, well, then how come the Hamites are not just one haplogroup? How come the children of Japheth, they defied this rule and they have multiple haplogroups? Why did they even create a haplogroup HIJK, LMNOP, QRS, TUV, and all sort of stuff? Why didn't they just keep it as C and F? Just the same reason why they had D and E. Well, the people that create these different letters, they say, okay, well, we're tired of K. We're not going to use K1 anymore. We're not going to use K2 and K3. We're just gonna branch them off into different groups. We're going to branch them off into P, and then P is going to be Q, and then R, and all sorts of stuff. The white man does these things. The black man doesn't do these things. He says, okay, we see these mutations happening. Are we going to keep doing K1, K2, K3, K4, K5? Or let's just create another letter on the alphabet and create a longer list. Even though he's saying his thing, saying, oh, well, everybody that Shem has to be E. But when you ask him these questions, well, who are the Edomites? Who are the Ishmaelites? Who are the sons of Keturah? Who are the sons of Joktan? Who are the 5 sons of Shem? Ashur, Aram, Elam, Lud, all these different people. He can't do that because his logic is screwed. He doesn't understand how haplogroups are even formed or mutations happen to where we can have different subclades in different groups. If he says that haplogroup CF is a descendant or ancestor of all these other HIJK, LMNOP, then L3 is the ancestor of M, and also C and D. So that means that if L3, if he was to say that this is a Shemitic haplogroup, then I guess maternal haplogroup M and maternal haplogroup C and D are also Shemitic haplogroups on the maternal side. But it doesn't work that way, because if we go that way, then he's going to get himself into a bind, into a ditch that he can't get out of. He keeps going back to the fact, oh, give me the Germanic articles. Well, read the book, 700 pages times 4 books. Watch the 6 movies that I have on h2ntv.com. Thank you for giving my name right to people so they can actually understand that my name was Ronald Dalton. And when they look, they can see Ronald Dalton. Oh, he made 4 books. They're 700 pages apiece. Let me go look at the plethora of information and genetic sources and articles that he uses to prove this, including linguistic evidence, craniometric evidence, evidence of the jaw, evidence of history, evidence of culture, anthropology, and so many other more pieces of evidence.
1 minute.
This is in the movie.
Minute.
But he can't. He can say, "Oh, E is this, and E is Shem, and E is the Israelite," but he can't break it down further because he does not know. He can't tell you, "Oh, what does haplogroup be? Are they Canaanites? Are they Cushites? Are they Egyptians? Are they Libyans?" He cannot give you that information because his theory and his logic is flawed. The simple fact that people can't have the same different haplogroups and descend from the same man doesn't make sense. If that was the case, then Noah and all his sons should all have the same haplogroup. And that's not the case. And he knows that. So
you still have 27 more seconds.
Yeah, so people that actually use their head, use their brain, they say, you know what, Ryan, this is making sense. If Adam was the first haplogroup on Earth, then we should all have haplogroup A, if that was the haplogroup added. If Noah was haplogroup A, then we all should have haplogroup A, including the 3 sons of Noah and Shem and all his descendants. But he's trying to make people believe his dumb doctrine, his dumb teaching, because many people are not going to fact check them.
Okay. So the same questions for you, Yeshu. Who are the Caucasus hunter-gatherers academically and biblically?
Okay,
You
so
got 5 minutes. Hold on. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
all right, so it's pretty much clear on this. Like he didn't give you no scientific article or nothing, no reference or anything like that. You can actually see what these caucus hunter gatherer genetic lineages would have been. Um, there's an actual study on this that was written in 2015, and it's pretty much giving you the Satserbia cave. So if you guys look up the DNA of the Satserbia cave, you're gonna find haplogroup J, and this guy just killed his entire argument when he admitted that they would be Japhet. Because if haplogroup J that we have here, you have J1Y6305 and J2Y12379. These are J markers that are associated with these caucus hunter gatherer groups. Of course, you have R there as well. Then you would also have to say, okay, these markers are associated with Japhet. And if these markers are associated with Japhet, where do they come from? IJ, IJK, HIJK. I've been saying this all night. That's where they descend from. They don't descend from E, Ronald. They don't. They don't descend from anybody that had an E marker. We know who they descend from. IJ, IJK. So if these people are Japhet, this is the second time he did this tonight. I want y'all to notate this. He said the I markers in Scandinavia will be Japhet. Well, then their brother J would be Japhet. Then he said, okay, the people in the Caucasus will be Japhet. Well, we got J markers in the Caucasus too. I said this last time when I was able to answer the question. J1P58, the earliest marker we find, is in the Caucasus. So the Caucasus hunter-gatherer would have haplogroup J as a component, and out of his own mouth, because remember, he goes by what people say. He doesn't need evidence. And then he just told you, oh, I'm not going to give you a scientific article. Just read my book and see what I said about this. That's circular reasoning. He don't need evidence. He needs his own words. So we're going to use his own words against him. You stated that the people of the Caucasus would be Japhet. We know what their DNA is. They had J components. These J's would go back to these early and related to these Proto-Europeans, which according to Josephus, again, I've been saying this all night, will be Japhites. And according to you, out of your own mouth, you said they will be Japhites. Okay? Yes, we know DNA can differentiate, because I'm going to discuss this and get this clarity, but you can only produce downstream mutations from that DNA. For example, haplogroup J would not be able to produce an E marker. It can only produce downstream mutations from J. So J1 will make all of the clades that fall under J1. J2 would make, or basal J can make J1 or J2, right? It can split into those two. And then they will make any marker that is a downstream or ancestral marker from them. You're not going to be able to create a E marker. You're not going to be able to create a D marker. You're not going to be able to create an A marker or a B marker. This is simple phylogeny. And this shows that this guy doesn't have a rudimentary understanding of science or genetics. Okay? But if we look at the Caucasus hunter-gatherer group, you guys can look up the Satserbia cave and the Kodiskai in western Georgia, and you can see what haplogroups were there. They did find J1 there. And like I mentioned earlier, the 13,000-year-old specimen that was found was J1P58, which is what they tried to derive the Cohen model haplotype from.
Skeletons predate 2000 BC or 3000 BC, then what he's admitting is that the land of Canaan was originally populated, inhabited by the 5 sons of Shem and also the children of Japheth. And that's not the case, because we don't see the haplogroup A or B in the Natufian skeletons, which will correlate to the Hamites, which he said earlier, if you guys have been paying attention on this clubhouse today. Why is not the haplogroup A and B, if it's of the lineage of Ham, of Egypt and Canaan, why is that not seen in the Natufian skeletons? One of the things that he doesn't understand is critical thinking and logic. He keeps babbling, doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, when you look at genetic articles, like I talked about it earlier, the Lemma Jews say that they left Israel around the time of the Babylonian siege. The Babylonian siege was during the time in the Bible where no children of Japheth were known to be in the land of Israel at the time. It's not recorded in our Bible. It's not recorded in history, because the originally not coming to the land of Israel until 300 BC. So the Lemon Jews left Israel. They say they went into Arabia, and through Arabia they got down to Yemen, Sana'a, Yemen. However, when you look at the genetic article that's titled Lemba Origins Revisited, Tracing the Ancestry of the Y Chromosomes in South Africa and the Zimbabwean Lemba people, this is also published by the author. Her name is Himla Sudya, South Africa Indian lady, Division of Human Genetics, School of Pathology, Health Sciences. When you look at the Buba clan, which is the priestly clan of the Lemba tribe, they have a high predominance of the Y DNA J1. So the Lemba Jews that are the priestly clan, they are Japhetites. They are the children of Japhet that left Israel during the Babylonian siege. They went into Arabia and Yemen and into Africa. They should be speaking the Japhetic language, but they speak the Bantu language, which is similar to the Shona language. Yet the Lemba Jewish women that birthed the Lemba Jews, their Y DNA, their maternal DNA is L3, and L3 is mostly seen in Africa with the Shemites, according to him, and also in Arabia, who are the Japhetites. L3 is not predominantly seen in Europe, it's predominantly seen in Africa and also in Arabia, Yemen, Qatar, Oman. How is that possible that the Lemba Jews are the children of Japhet and they left during the Babylonian siege when we know that no Japhetic nations were living at that time, according to our Bible? His theory and his research is off.
You still have like 5 more seconds, but I guess you're done. But the same question is for Yeshu. Who are the Natufians academically and biblically? You have 5 minutes, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so biblically, the Natufians would have to be the progenitors of, your Abraham and stuff of that nature. They would obviously precede him, so he needs to reconcile how do you even make sense of that. In his book, he actually says the Natufian period will be, I believe, the PPNB, the pre-pottery Neolithic period, is the time of King Saul. So he doesn't even have an understanding of chronology. He just moves and warps time. He's a time jumper. If you read his book, it's very comical. He places the PPNB in the Iron Age, when the PPNB is during the Neolithic, meaning they were dealing with stone tools, and Israelites would be dealing with iron tools. This guy's confused. But anyway, to answer the question, biblically, these people would be Proto-Semites. And academically, if you look at Sir Arthur Keith's work, he actually looked at the Natufians and said they would also be Proto-Semites, progenitors of people like Abraham, Ishmael, and other Shemitic people as well. He actually stated that. So both ways we can go back to these people being Proto-Semites. And again, these people carried E markers. It's pretty clear. He knows that. We know that. We all know that. These would be the early Semites, these Shemitic people. And again, the only way you're a Shemite if you're a downstream marker of haplogroup E. You can't sit up here and try to make other groups like J1, which he never gave you the mechanism of a scientific paper. He wants you to read his book where he talks about aliens coming down and hybridizing with humans. And he uses the Han Dynasty. This is the silly stuff that we're talking about. This dude is not using science at all. And Japhites would exist with the beginning of the repopulation of the humanity. This guy just said Japhites wouldn't even exist. Japhites would exist because Noah came and he had 3 sons after a bottlenecking event happened and repopulated the earth according to the Bible. So all haplogroups, extant populations would have to come from Noah. Therefore, Japheth would have existed. And again, one of those sons, Shem, would have produced what we call Natufians. And we see this with the Akkadians. I've said this earlier. The Akkadians is related to the EM123 clade that was spread throughout the Near East. And we know Akkad would be a Shemite. And the Natufians would be Shemites. Matter of fact, they carried E1B1, and E1B1 is associated, or EP2, is associated with the spread of Afro-Asiatics. Muntaser wrote a paper on that, and he gave the evidence for it. So I advise people to read, these papers and go back to that. So again, academically, We can clearly see that these people would be proto-Semites or Semites, and Natufians biblically would also be proto-Semites. I don't see a difference in that academic literature or what we can derive from the biblical narrative. Again, these people would have been in the Syro-African rift, and according to Josephus, we expect to see Israelites there. Now, he mentioned the Canaanites. Newsflash: there was no Canaanite polity during the Natufian period. That didn't exist. So no, we don't expect to see that there. These people that were there initially would have been in a Syro-African rift, and these people would have been these Natufians. And they not only did they rule in modern Israel. If he knew anything about Natufians, they ruled all the way from the Negev, all the way. They ruled all the way from the Negev. They reigned all the way from the Negev all the way to northern Syria. Okay, so maybe he needs to brush up on the Natufian period and understand that we have a stretch or a band of territories and localities where these people traversed and lived and had children. And it actually correlates with what we see with Ebla and Mari, where these people were traversing and where we find these E markers. And Ebla, again, is a Shemitic polity, and Mari is also a Shemitic polity. These people are obviously Shemites. Again, we can make the argument academically, we can make the argument biblically. They're Shemites. You understand? Now, J markers, they're not Shemites. They come from the Caucasus. We can give you plenty of references on that. And even he said the Caucasus hunter-gatherers would be Japhet. So he shot himself in the foot. And he also said that the Scandinavians would be Japhet, which is haplogroup I, which is the brother to J, which he killed himself.
Okay. So, man, this debate is very, very good. And I know the people have a lot of questions to ask you guys. Even I have questions to ask you guys.
Let me just 1 minute.
All right, 1 minute. Hold on. Let me start the timer. 3, 2, 1, shoot.
Notice how he says the two skeletons predate Abraham with their Shemites, and yet he said that the Canaanites didn't exist at that time. Well, sorry to bust your bubble, but according to the Bible, if the Canaanites didn't exist during that time, then the Shemites couldn't exist at that time. I mean, this doesn't make any sense. Is he saying that Adam had a son named Shem? Did Enoch have a son named Shem? How in the world can the Canaanites not exist in the land of Canaan at that time, but the Shemites exist? That doesn't make any sense at all. This guy is getting sleepy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. People need to stop listening to this guy. Don't follow Genesis 49ers. They don't know what they're talking about. This guy is not a scholar. He's unlearned.
All right, let me say this real quick, Avery. Let me say this real quick.
All right, let me start the time. Hold on.
All right, because I did. This is why I was trying to make this end.
2, 1, go.
All right, so anyway, this brother just said something idiotic out of his mouth. Did I say Canaanites did not exist back then? No, I said the Canaanite polity didn't exist. That is a Bronze Age city, okay? That is a Bronze Age polity. It did not exist during the Stone Age, Ronald. You cannot articulate that or show any archaeological proof that a place named Canaan existed 10,000 years ago. You can't. That was my point.
Wait. Ron, he didn't interrupt you. Let me go back a little bit. Hold on. Finish what you were saying. You should.
There's no such thing as a place called Canaan or a polity called Canaan during the Natufian period. Can you give me some kind of archaeological paper that said, okay, yeah, these Canaanites were here during this time? No, you cannot. We're talking about the Natufian period 10,000 years ago. The Canaanites would be a Bronze Age people in a Bronze Age polity. It's that simple. That's what I said, Ronald. And I don't jump through time like you do in your book, Ronald. You sit up here and try to say the Natufian period was King Saul. That's an Iron Age time.
All right. So, yeah, this debate definitely pretty good, pretty interesting. I even have questions to ask y'all, but I don't know if I
let the audience ask questions and comment.
Yeah, definitely. I guess. Yeah, and man, I wonder if I should ask the question first.
I'll go ahead. This is amazing.
Yeah. This is definitely interesting. So I guess my question would be, so you do believe Polynesians are Israelites, correct?
Who, you asking me or your shoe?
I guess I can ask both of y'all. Do you actually believe that, Ron? And well, I let Ron go first, and then you shoot. But do you actually believe that, Ron?
Yes, this is in my books and my movies. Talk about the Papua New Guineans, talk about the people in Polynesia, like the Fiji, the Samoan people. Yes, they are the Israelites.
All right, and I guess I can ask you, Yeshub, as well. Do you believe that as well?
Polynesians are not Israelites, man. They descend and they're related to Cro-Magnons. Are you going to say Cro-Magnons? That's what I'm saying. This man is trying to make everybody an Israelite.
Cro-Magnons in the Bible?
Oh my God, this brother! Listen, Cro-Magnons are a people group. It's a classification of a people group that existed prior to, and they would be related to. They would be the archfathers of those Polynesians. There's no way around it. You trying to make Polynesian? You trying to make Cro-Magnon? Ron, shut up, bro. I'm talking, man. Bro, shut up, dude.
Let's.
I'm fucking talking, and this dude open his damn mic, man.
I'll put a timer. I didn't put a timer this time, but just finish your thought in 1 minute. You shoot.
This bro, this dude want to make everybody on the planet Israelites, Polynesians Israelites, Austronesians Israelites. Bro, that don't make no damn sense if we all descend from 3 different males. You got to pick one male that we come from. Meaning you have to pick one Y haplogroup, one major macro haplogroup, a para haplogroup that all of these people would represent, and you can't. You're all over the place. You trying to make Hurrians Israelites. J1 will represent the Hurrians, the people from the Caucasus. You trying to make them Israelites. These people all go back to a common ancestral population that are related to Cro-Magnons. You know it and I know it. Stop trying to fool the people, man. You're not dealing with science. You're dealing with Nickelodeon, Disney scholarship, man.
All right, so you still have 10 more seconds, but I guess I can stop right there. So when y'all ask these questions to the 2 brothers, I'll put 3 minutes on the clock. Just tell me when you're ready. We're going to start a queue, but we could ask questions or we could vote to see who did the best.
Let's ask some questions.
Okay, we'll do questions. So let's see, who should I go with? I'm gonna
limit that to real quick, Avery, because I gotta go work in the morning, and I'm not gonna be. I tried to say this earlier. I'm not gonna be up to the wee hours in the morning, so limit this to 3 questions, and then I'm gonna move on.
Okay, 3 questions. All right, so let's just see, who should I begin with? Hey, who really has a question? Who has a question?
I have a question.
Okay, I'll let you go, Emmanuel. I'll start the clock. Well, actually, I'm sorry. You can just ask the question. I'll start the clock for them. I'm sleepy too. But ask your question, then I'll start the clock for them. My bad.
Okay. I think I actually sent it to you, so I'm just going to read it. And this is for both. Do I have a time limit?
No, you can just ask your question. I don't know why I said that.
So the question goes, can one haplogroup migrate to a region, adopt the language of the haplogroup in that same region, and pass it on to their descendants for generations? That happen?
And when you answer the question, Ron and Yeshub, I'll start the clock. 3, 2, 1. Ron goes first, I guess. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, so the Greeks can conquer a nation, adapt the religion of that nation, and learn the language of that nation, and then declare themselves to be that nation. Same thing with the Chaldeans. The Chaldeans, their descendants come from Central Asia. They spoke the Turkic language. They eventually moved to different areas, ascribed to a different religion, whether it's Islam or Christianity. If it was Islam in Turkey, they would be speaking Turkish and Arabic. But the Chaldeans moved and they adopted Christianity, and they started speaking. They started following the Bible, and they adopted the Christian language of the time, which is Aramaic. But yet they say that they are the original Chaldeans of the land of Ur, but they have the same DNA as the people in Lebanon, Palestine, Egypt, Iran, and Libya, and all the other Arabs that's in North Africa.
Okay.
So you still had like 2 minutes, but I guess I can stop right there if you're done.
Yeah, I'm using on 2 minutes. Yeah, we this is so funny. I want people that's listening to understand in their Bible that if Canaan can't exist, if Canaan doesn't exist, then how can Shem exist? So Noah had Ham, Shem, and Japheth on the boat with the flood. So after the flood, when they landed on dry land, the people that got the boat was Canaan, Shem, and Japheth. So there's nowhere you can say that Canaan civilization, Canaan people, Canaan this could not exist in that area that's called the land of Canaan today, because Shem was there first, and Shemites were the ones that were living in the land of Canaan before Canaan was even there. And put it to a time period that you're basically saying, well, the Canaanites were obviously somewhere else. We don't know where they're at. They just weren't there. The Shemites were there. And therefore, everybody that had that DNA in the Natufian skeletons, which included the DNA of the Greeks, the DNA of C and T, which is Australian Aborigines and also Native American Indians and also Somalians, including J1, which we see in India, in Arabia, in the Lemba Jews, and also the black Bedouins in Sudan, and well, not Sudan, but black ones in Sudan, the Arabs. They're also found to be in that area of the land of Canaan, which in our Bible does not make any sense, because we know that during that time in the Bible of the originators of the three sons of Noah, that the Greeks weren't living in the land of Canaan, neither was all these other Japhetic nations. I mean, is that in the book of Jubilees? Is that in the book of Yasher? We know the land of Canaan is called the land of Canaan because it was inhabited by the Canaanites even before Abraham got there.
You still have like 30-something seconds.
Nope. I have.
All right. So you can re-ask that same question, Emmanuel, to Yeshu, if you want. Or
Okay,
we can
yeah,
go to the next person.
Yeah, let me just ask that same question. Okay, but can I make just a short statement before I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because so your answer, Ron, that you just gave, it almost, I could actually use that same example or that same answer that you gave to talk about the fact of the people groups who say that they're from Israel. And I just said, to give an example, because I'm from Nigeria, so, and I know the Yoruba. So the Yorubas are not 100% E1B1A. Okay, and then the Igbos are not 100% E1B1A. In fact, I'm sure you know that as well, that there's some pygmies amongst the Igbos as well. But if you go to ask that same particular person that has lineage from the pygmies, he's going to tell you the oral traditions of the Igbos. That's what he's going to say. So I'm just going to ask that same question again to Yeshu. Can one haplogroup migrate to a region, adopt the language of the haplogroup in that same region, and pass it on to their descendants for generations?
Yes.
I'll start your time in 3, 2, 1. 3 minutes, by the way.
Yes, that's actually what the J markers are known for doing. Like if you look up these people with these J markers, they're connected to the Hurrians, and the Hurrians are known for coming in and destroying Semite city states and absorbing and adopting their cultures and passing that down to subsequent populations that culture. So they would come into Canaan, they would come into Akkad, they collapse Akkad. They collapsed all these people. The Earth 3 period, they collapsed them. They took their culture. They took their language. They took their women and assumed their identity. And this is what's happening all the way to this day. We're seeing the effects of that because you have J1 people claiming to be Jews when in actuality they are these marauders, if you will, or these people, these invaders that came into the Near East and began to take over a lot of the Semitic peoples that would have had E markers and take over their language, assume their cultural identity, claim their people groups. We've seen this. There's documentation upon documentation on the Hurrians. So you guys can all do research on the Hurrians and their invasion. They were so prevalent and pervasive in the Near East that even you had different Egyptian pharaohs mentioning that the land of Canaan was pretty much a Hurrian land, and they were capturing Hurrians there, a large number of Hurrians. So when you see those Canaanite burials I mentioned earlier, you see J1 there, but you can see the Hurrian name. Culturally, these people would have adopted the culture of the people that surround them or the people that they have conquered. So to answer your question, yes, that can happen, and it has happened, and we see a great example of that with these people coming from the Caucasus, which Ron has already admitted that these people are Japhet. That's why he can't keep his mic muted when I'm talking, because he knows he's in the hole. He's behind the 8 ball on this. He's admitted that these people from the Caucasus are Japhet with these J markers. And once you admit that, they can only have one arch father, which is Japhet. So all of these markers would go back to Japhet. And we can see the example of these people assuming someone else's culture and taking it. Modern day example is people taking Judaism, or what they're calling Judaism, or Judaic practices, or Hebraic practices that don't even have any business, practicing it and assuming that they are the people, or the original people. Again, these will also be J markers. I mean, they're a great example. Another example is the $5 Indians in America. A lot of these people have haplogroup R. They're Western European, but they want to claim an Indian identity, and some of them even want to claim the languages and the culture. So yes, people can do that. They can take over another people, steal and assume their identity, steal their culture, and adopt their languages and absorb that. We have seen that.
All right, Tom. So, does anybody else have any more questions? All right, I see a man named Hal. He has a question. So, Hal, state your question to both Ron and Yeshu.
Shalom, everybody. That as far as the CT haplogroup and CT being found at the Natufian finds, and when we look at this at its base root of it, it basically would be the progenitor, or it would come from the same line as, I would say definitely the YAP positive, the S associated protein. That's something that's interesting. But when you look at like the Andamanese people and how primitive they are, that they can't even start fires. Maybe recently they figured it out. Besides just saving, so just my point is kind of like Ron. Now that I'm really looking at it, he actually has a better premise, in my opinion, just because he acknowledges the C and he tries to put like a P in there or something, but he doesn't understand that it actually is the CT. So both of those two go to the root. Those you can, they're like wild cards when it comes to those, and then there maybe is some other things in there from maybe that KT lineage, because when you look at the AT, the BT, the CT, the FT, the LT, and then the T, and then you find out about the T, you really study that hard, and you say, oh, damn, this kind of breaks the mold too. And even like earlier when you showed your slide, it did not have K inside of that slide. It did not have K there, and it did not have a T there. So for some reason, there is something unique with that K lineage amongst the Aboriginals. So to rule that out and just be like, oh, that's Japhet, that goes against your whole point of Josephus, because Josephus in reality is talking about Europe. He's not talking about Australia. You know what I mean? Australia is not a cold region. That's not a northern region. So, as far as that K lineage, it being associated with the IJ, that would be like a northern kingdom or a southern kingdom, I feel, Israelite lineage there. And then that would make like the Native American thing. Those other Native American Israelites, the European ones, maybe there is something with the Q or the R or whatever, But, I kind of feel like, look, everybody got to be ready for science. This is what the science is. They're dictating the narrative of how they putting their trees together. They're like, Ron did have a point with that. Like, you got to understand, they're feeding you the science, and we're stuck in their, framework of what they laid, the groundwork of how we have to look at it. And these things can be changed, within time. It will be changed, definitely. And, just the main point that I'm just trying to make is we got to be ready to go with the, the proof eventually, and when it does come out. So don't get too caught in and then paint yourself in any corner. Be open to other things, because in reality, the lineage, this is a cool discussion, but it's more about the observance and the practices of what it is to be an Israelite. So I appreciate everybody letting me speak, getting the floor. I just wanted to get both of your opinions on the CT. I know you're going to say, oh, it's not real or whatever. But there is these missing links of AT, BT, CT. And, what would Noah be? Noah would be CT. Well, what is your guys' opinions on that?
And we'll begin with Ron Dalton. We're going to put 3 minutes on the clock, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, according to Yeshua, any DNA haplogroup that's seen in the Tufian skeletons outside of the E haplogroup, they are the children of Japhet, which doesn't make sense. Which he said that the Canaanites weren't there at the time because the Natufian skeletons predate Abraham, and therefore the sons of Shem were living in the land of Canaan and not the Canaanites themselves. And this is the problem. This is the dilemma he gets himself into. And one of the things we have to also look at, because the CT and the CF, they do break into different haplogroups that correspond to the Native American Indians, to the Polynesians, to people in India and other areas that are scattered to the four corners, including the Americas. And when you look at the haplogroup C, you see that in the Americas. You also see that in the Australia Aborigines. When you look at what he's saying in his claim, that the people that's in India, the people that's in the Pacific Islands, all the black people in the Oceania Archipelago, he's basically saying they're all Japhetites, including everybody in India and everybody that has the J haplogroup that's in Arabia, Yemen, Qatar, Oman, Socotra, and North Sudan. He's saying that they're also Japhetites, including the Tuaregs, the Hausas, the Fulanis, and the Somalians. They're all the children of Japhet. So according to what he's saying, in our Bible, in Genesis chapter 10, it says the sons of Japhet were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tyrus, and the sons of Gomer are Ashkenaz and Togarmah and Rephath. So basically what he's saying, we know Javan stands for Greece or Greek in the Bible, and Kittim usually corresponds to Rome. So if we exclude these people and come, then eventually we're going to see that the people that's coming against the Israelites in the last days in Ezekiel 38, these are everybody in Oceania, everybody in India, the Native American Indians, and other people groups that have haplogroups that are not E. They are all going to at some point get on ships or airplanes, and they're going to fly to the Americas or to Africa to destroy the Israelites. So I'm just curious to see when is this going to happen when all these nations that are Japhetites, other than haplogroup A and B, because remember haplogroup A and B are Hamites, haplogroup E is Shemites. So that means that any other haplogroup other than haplogroup E are not the Israelites. So that means that even when you look at Ezekiel 38, when you start talking about Cush and Put coming against the Israelites in the last days in Ezekiel 38 in the Battle of Armageddon, basically the whole world is coming against the Israelites in these times, the people that have the haplogroup E, because he says the Israelites are haplogroup
30
E.
seconds.
So this is a problem here, because we know the Israelites are scattered to the four corners. It's not just going to be Negroes on the continent of Africa that have the E1B1A or white Arabs and white Jews, because he's saying the white Jews are also Israelites because they have E1B1B that are Israelites. This does make no sense at all. The Christian Visual, the Bible does not support what he says. He's just blabbering his mouth.
All right, you have about 5 seconds, but I guess we can stop right there. Yeshua, you can answer the same question.
All right. Well, I mean, this brother already knows my position on this, and my position is scientific. Haplogroup CT at this moment in time is a placeholder. Unless you can show me some proof, because you want to put yourself in this debate. Show me some proof that we have some physical attestation to CT. It's a placeholder. It's purely hypothetical. And so I see scientific paperwork on that, then we can move forward to that. On the haplogroup CT thing, until I can get some physical evidence of that, not just people labeling CT because they don't know what it is. Because if you actually read the supplementary materials of Lazarus 2016, they tell you that in the supplementary material. But again, it's just crazy. Okay, so let's go over this again. This guy says something about the Polynesians being Israelites. Who do they descend from? So if they're M, they go back to K2. Where does K2 come from? Like, these are the questions you got to ask. You understand? They're related to L, and then L goes back to what? Okay, then what does K go back to? IJK. What does that go back to? It's all going to go back to the same ancestral male. Y'all not getting around that. You question about CT. Why are you not, at least observing where these people come from? And then when you see haplogroup GM201, they go back to the Caucasus. Ronald has already said that these people are Japhites. We got clades of J going back to the Caucasus. Ronald has already said that these people are Japhites. Okay? You have haplogroup I in Northern Europe. Ronald has already stated that these people are Japhites. So if they are Japhites, IM-170 is Japhites, right? And J12F2 are Japhites. All right, because they're related to the Caucasus hunter-gatherers, and we can throw R in there too, because we see a lot of R amongst the Caucasus hunter-gatherers, right? The Onaya would descend from them, and then later go into Europe and invade and take over a lot of the old I and G lineages, right? So, we can do a logical deduction here. They will be Japhet according to what this brother said, according to what Josephus says, and what Josephus says is pivotal. Because again, it says the first Europeans. What's the DNA of the first Europeans? We've already showed you. G and IJK, these people will be the first Europeans. The C lineages, those are your first Europeans. You even have K there. I told you guys earlier, you can look up the earliest DNA they found, Romania, which was haplogroup K. It's called the OASE1, man. OASE1. Look it up right now. And you're going to see that the oldest DNA is from the FM89 lineage from haplogroup K. They can't get around that, man. It's over.
You still have like 10 seconds.
Yeah, checkmate on that. Again, like I said, these CF lineages are from Japhet. And we can see where they are. And I gave you a accredited historian, Josephus, and he tells you who they would be.
All right, Tom. So, people, does anybody else have any questions?
Only one more, Avery.
One more question. We're going to invite some of the people down below just in case they have any, but we can see who might splash the mic. Just say, I have a question. If you have a question, I'm inviting people from in the audience down below to see if they have any questions.
I have a question.
All right. This will be the last question, unless Yeshua musters the time for our last one, but this is definitely the last one. If he's done with this last question, so answer it.
Yes, both of these brothers have been putting in work a long time, and I respect both of these brothers. But I want to know, what can we find common ground? What do they both agree on? And Avery, if you can help me with those questions, I appreciate that. What are the common grounds that both of these brothers can agree on?
Yeah. So a common ground that both of these brothers can agree on is that E1B1A is definitely Israel. That's one thing that I noticed from both of them. This is why I like both brothers. That we can pretty much agree that E1B1A is from Israel. So that's one thing. Do you think there's something else as well, Kenny? Do you see anything?
No, I don't. But you can ask me more questions they can agree on, because I know there's a common ground that we can all agree on and come together as a community.
More questions. There is definitely Israelite culture among certain, West African Bantu peoples. That's another thing that they can both agree on.
Okay.
There's cultural elements, Hebrew isms within certain West African and Central African groups.
Okay. Those are the questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I suppose another commonality is that E1B1A, migrated into Africa. It didn't originate in Africa like UA would have us believe.
Gotcha. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no problem. I guess that is the last question. But
let me ask the moderator. Let me ask you: do you believe, based on what you heard, do you believe that the children of Japhet are all the haplogroups outside of haplogroup E and haplogroup A and B?
Since I am the mod, I shall not answer that question. But here's the last thing we'll basically do. I'll flash your mics if you believe Ron or Yeshua won. First, I'm going to name out the first person. Flash your mics if you believe Ron Dalton won the debate. I'll wait for like 5 seconds. 1, 2. Well, hold on. Someone else is coming up to the room. I'll add them up. Michelle.
Well, you know that.
All right. So flash your mics. I'll give it 10 seconds.
Hey, he can't speak while the adjudication's happening, man.
Well, let me before you do that.
No, bro, the adjudication's happening, man. I gotta go to work in the morning, bro. We heard enough of you. Bro, mute that dude, bro. Mute.
All right, I actually got to leave as well. But all right, so 5 seconds, not 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Flash your mic if you believe Ron Dalton won. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now flash your mic if you believe Yeshub won. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, that's a tie. Oh wait, is it? No, that's all right. So I see 2, 1 for Emmanuel, 1 for Rue, and then I saw 1 for Ron, which was Kumba. So basically, 3 people voted, and Yeshub got 2 votes. So Yeshub won that debate, I guess.
I actually voted for Ron, bro.
Oh wait, Timmy did it. All right, let's do it again then. So, let me look again. So again for Ron Dalton, flash your mics. I believe Ron Dalton won. 1, 2. All right, I see 2 people did it. All right, doing it again for Yeshub. Flash your mics for whoever won. I see 1, Emmanuel, 2, Rue, and 3, Ben. All right, so 2 for Ron, 3 for Yeshub. The winner of the debate is Yeshub.
Everybody did coming. The Kentucky doesn't count.
He said it don't count because he lost. It doesn't matter, Ron. I know your unscientific ways will haunt you for the rest of your lives, man. All right, man. Hey, man, shut this down, bro. I'm done. All right, so that's the end of the debate. As you guys could see, I actually won the debate. The people voted for me. It took 4 hours. I think we stopped like at 1 o'clock, and I had to go to work in the morning. I was trying to get this thing over with. It was dragging on, but as you can see, like the dude is crazy as hell. I will be dealing with a lot of his statements from his book that is unscientific tomorrow. So you guys can watch that as we unveil a lot of the book. Yeah, he said, "Oh, it don't count." He only said it don't count because he got his ass whooped. 7 gang, source gang over everything. You know how we rocking, man. Man, rest in peace, Ron Dalton, man. Your ass got washed. You dead, boy. All right, so, but we're going to deal with a lot of his claims from his book, man. Thank you, Ruth Smith. The dude hot trash with scholarship. Hope he repents. Yeah. Like hey, Ruth, everybody can be Israelites except the Israelites. Ain't that a bitch? The Fiji, the people in Fiji, the Filipinos, the Hawaiians, you know what I'm saying? The Negrito, everybody can be the Dravidians. Come on, bro. No, I don't think so, because this guy is very disingenuous and he's a smuck. So probably not. This guy has mental issues, man. He's very psychotic. So no, Don Yehuda, that's probably not going to be the case in the future. The dude's a nutcase, but we're going to deal with his book. He has a lot of claims in his book. He believes that there's a spaceship underneath the Sphinx in ancient Egypt. We're going to reveal all that stuff. This dude is unscientific, man. So, yeah, that's it. We're celebrating the life of Ronald Dalton. He lost his life. He was fatally wounded by the Scholastic bully, still at large.
Nigga, what you scared for? Huh? I hear your heart beat. Pussy talking all that shit. You ain't talking no more. Cause the motherfucking killers outside your front door. And it sound like boom, boom, boom. You better pray, nigga. First 48, nigga. Yeah. So tell them niggas what they scared for. We hear your heart beat. You pussies talking all that shit. You ain't talking no more. Cause the motherfucking killers outside your front door. And it sound like boom, boom. You better pray, niggas. Yeah. This the first 48, niggas. Somebody call it lost. Homicide division. This young nigga gone. Hope he had the Lord with him. Where he was bumping, niggas shoulda had that pistol with it. Way he was dumping the other night, aiming towards the ceiling. He should have been a suspect, now his ass a victim. And everybody crying out, damn, they so forgiving. I kept beating on his chest, thought he was a heat. Now he looking like a gift wrapped in yellow tape. Hey, yeah, that's wrong, but it's the way he play, and that's the way we play. The first 48, no trace, so he bumped up the cold case. False nigga, these streets wild nigga. Plus they ain't eating, so the crime rate increasing. I just got a call, my nigga died this evening. Tonight we ride, everybody silent. Somebody better pray, nigga. First 48, nigga. Yeah. So tell them niggas what they scared for. We hear your heartbeat, beat. You pussies talking all that shit, you ain't talking no more. Cause the motherfucking killers outside your front door, and they sound like we going in, better pray, niggas. Damn, this the first 48, niggas. It's murder season, nigga. You better be a shooter or be a dead sleeper. Ask Freddy Krueger. These boys tripping, this shit so sizzling. Niggas falling like rain, man, this game vicious. Yeah, I swear to God, man, this ain't lit. Got a Christian smoking sherm, trying to lose his feeling. Got shot trying to turn the other cheek. He still going thin, but now he roll with that heat. Now he being smart, guess he wanna live. It's real in the field, cuz kill or be killed. I'm riding with a K like I'm kidding to Bin Laden. I'm all in the game and I ain't talking about mad. I'm talking about water, whole fucking niggas on. Pussy better shoot first, ain't taking no loss. Ain't even been a year since my best friend wait. How we retaliate? Ask first 48, nigga. Yeah. So tell them niggas what they scared for. We hear your heartbeat, beat. You pussies talking all that shit, you ain't talking no more. Cause the motherfucking killers outside your front door, and they sound like you better pray, niggas. Yeah, this the first 48, niggas.
It's a rap, somebody say a prayer for him. Notify his family, call someone who care for him. It was all good about an hour ago. Now this nigga laying lifeless out on the floor. Bet when he woke up this morning, he ain't imagine that. Bet when he left the house, he thought he'll be right back. Gave his girl a kiss, told her he'll be out late. If she only knew they was on their last date. He hit the club, getting fucked up was the plan. Too many drinks had him feeling like he's Superman. Pushing through the crowd, talking all loud and reckless. But ain't too many punks down here in Houston, Texas. Ran into the wrong crew, he was like, hold up. Slow your roll before you get your ass swole up. Reach for his heat, but guess what? You're too late. There goes another candidate for first 48.
Yeah. So tell them niggas what they scared for. We hear your heartbeat, beat. You pussies talking all that shit, you ain't talking no more. Cause the motherfucking killers outside your front door, and they sound like you better pray, niggas. Yeah, this the first 48, niggas. Yeah. So tell them niggas what they scared for. We hear your heartbeat, beat. You pussies talking all that shit, you ain't talking no more. Cause the motherfucking killers outside your front door, and they sound like you better pray, niggas. Yeah, this the first 48, niggas.
Seven candlesticks up, and I've been telling you niggas, it's not a debate, it's a stick up game.